Chapter 1 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project, 2007. Chapter 1. Written, read, and recorded by Alan Drake. Elizabeth McKenna remains the sole guardian of both the enigmatic yellow sheets and the delicate blue tulip. They were secreted on a lower shelf in her walk-in pantry long after the collapse of the national elections, long after El Niño inexplicably reversed its northern flow to turn stubbornly southward, long after her husband packed off to climb the Himalayas with empty excuses, looking to find himself, long after he was caught selling her precious passport to traffickers on the Tibetan plains, long after he escaped, kayaking down the Brahmaputra with a nameless 30-year-old schoolteacher, long after Liz's lonely, sleepless nights were replaced by stargazing on the bluff behind her Montana home, long after the city's first August frost crept through her gardens and left her with an urgent forgetfulness, long after hopelessness lingered comfortably in the garden's shadows, among the flowers and trees, and yes, settling over the misaligned sundial lifted by her great-grandfather from its moorings in Rasputin's open-air chapel during the St. Petersburg campaign. Long after any of this, she arose in the morning of November 1st, 2007, from her bed, with the limp but incessant thought to leave it all behind, plans and memories, hopes and fears, yes, even her confusions, her uncertainties, and turn herself outward beyond the observatory, to willfully open her whole being to uncertainty, fearlessness, all without hesitation, without a single thought. As she looked again towards the observatory, she wasn't expecting the dormant words of Goethe to seize her so violently. Just for once have the courage to surrender yourself to impressions, to allow yourself to be moved, to be uplifted, yes, to be instructed and kindled by something great. The thought took hold and grew, assuming a life of its own. Impulsively, absent-mindedly, she reached into the dark pantry, playing her strong small hand through the air like a blind conductor, until her rancher's fingers, with their close-clipped nails, closed upon a tan duffel-bag. How long had it been since it was last used? It was comforting to feel it against her palm. She hugged it to her. It held no memories. It was as empty as her mind. In less than a minute she was out of the double front doors. Their shiny oak finish flashed in the rising sun as they closed. They released an imperceptible tap of oak against the rubber-sealed doorstop, and they settled into immobility, remaining unlocked, for she left without keys, without money, without food, without wallet, without her stolen passport, without anything that might identify her, with nothing but the clothes she wore, and the tan duffel-bag containing the yellow sheets and the blue tulip. Why would there be anything to concern her? She refused to entertain the thought. She had what she needed, and she needed nothing more. She would forestall all sense of worry until the circumstances required her to think otherwise. Meanwhile she followed the well-worn trail before her. She would focus on the sound of her Merrill trail shoes as they scraped the earth. If she anticipated anything, it would be the simple, natural calls of morning birds, one foot before the other. Time existed only in the moment. What she had to do now was disappear, melt into the landscape. Why? She heard the question sneaking among echoes coming from the arroyo before her, growing louder as she quickened her pace. The echoing sounds of "Why?" were not her concern. They were but shoes on the dry Montana gravel, empty questions coming out of the broad, big sky brightening before her. Questions were for politicians and militarists, the slothful, deaf wordsmiths that got her where she was today, the party-goers like her husband, like her father, her grandfather, and great-grandfather, like her neighbors and office-mates, they the captives. Concentrate on the gravel sounds. Listen for birds. She, on the other hand, had a purpose. Life was suddenly simple. She shifted the duffel bag to her other shoulder. The steady walk lulled her. It was then she made the first in a series of small errors, because she let her mind wander. And in that wandering she missed the shadowy images of the two women sleeping behind the massive rolls of hay in the adjoining field. The scraping of her shoes woke them. They remained immobile, but followed her with their eyes. Liz climbed the familiar trail towards the top of the plateau. She was on foot now, not riding this trail on Tiresias, her faultless gelding companion. Tiresias could see out to the far horizon. Nothing escaped him. Up there on the plateau, the horizon reached towards you while it stretched away, far out towards the curved horizon, as if to encompass the whole earth. She tried to see with his eyes, but the distance was a faint blur. Another mistake. Should she return for her glasses? No, she thought. She would make do. After today, looking into the distance would not be a concern. Once Liz reached the summit, the two feminine figures followed in pursuit. As they too reached the summit, carefully concealing themselves from Liz's occasional scans of the horizon, they passed a third figure watching from behind a clump of weathered rock. The silent, burly man smiled. The small triangular patch on the brim of his hat bore the black-letter initials NYS. He remained motionless except to pull from his inside jacket pocket a pair of small binoculars. At the place between the two optical barrels, where a focusing ring would normally be found, a short antenna poked skyward. Whatever he saw was seen by others as well. Liz continued her northern trek. Within an hour the sun was beginning to climb the sky with a boldness she did not anticipate, and the wind began blowing in her face. She slipped on her wrap-around sunglasses. While the brightness permitted her a better vision of the surrounding landscape, she was reminded that the sun could also be unforgiving. Still, she was in her stride. Although she had neither horse nor prescription glasses, nothing between here and her destination would escape her keen observation, her dogged perseverance. Morning hunger crept upon her. She paused from her walking to wonder at the wisdom of leaving her house with nothing but the duffel bag. No, it was all right. It would be less than an hour before she reached Bootswell's Hole. The even pace of her walk, here under the wide blue dome that was her haven, her comfort, her home, helped her to relax. It encouraged the flow of her inner dialogue once more. She was once again in the safety of the expansive morning light. Nothing out here could harm her, not even her impulsive, disassociated lizard-like thoughts. The great shorthorn lizard, the milk snake, the northern alligator lizard, the sagebrush lizard, the smooth green snake, the snapping turtle, the spiny soft-shell, the western hog-nosed snake, the skink, the Coeur d'Alene salamander, the Great Plains toad, the Idaho giant salamander, the northern leopard frog, the plains spadefoot, the western toad, all my friends all going, each a representative, each in danger of leaving the earth, joining the stones and the pebbles, the ever-present flattening earth. In another 100 million years all this would be flat, she thought. Montana has insisted on this since time immemorial. Her thoughts were pushed aside by the sound of a low rumbling wind. Could the earth itself be trembling? It reminded her of something her drunken brother-in-law said at last week's fundraiser. How inappropriate Chuck could be! He was going on with his predictable, improbable tales, the lives of the pioneers, his ancestors. But suddenly he made an unexpected switch. He launched into a string of horrid stories. Atomic testing in the Southwest. Whole towns came out to view them. There were family gatherings, 4th of July fireworks. Hundreds of families watched from downwind as the rough clouds billowed towards them, dropping blankets of radioactive dust on mothers and fathers, children and grandparents. Innocently, spectators brushed the dust off with their bare hands, as casually as they would beach sand. But this was Montana. Nothing like that had ever come to Montana, or would. Liz had a goal, and nothing was going to stop her from achieving it. She picked up her pace, once again walking directly into the wind. Behind her the sharp sound of gravel being kicked caused her to swivel around quickly. No, nothing was going to stand in her way, certainly not the two women standing stock still on the trail a few hundred feet behind her. No, nothing would stop her, not even the mushroom cloud blossoming on the horizon upwind from her, behind the two women who were now running towards her. End of Chapter 1 of The Yellow Sheet.
Chapter 2 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 2, written and recorded by Michael Serrois. There are times when the mind can't register an event because the event is so foreign to our normal sense of reality that it's unable to process what it is clearly experiencing. This was one of those times. The mushroom cloud that Chuck had conjured for everyone so often in his drunken stories had just entered Liz's reality. A nuclear weapon had exploded only 8 miles away, and the shock wave was moving towards her. This was also a time when her training took over, ignoring the words, "This can't be happening," that continued in an endless loop inside her head, because at that moment her body knew what she had to do better than her mind did. Moments ago she had reached the top of the steep winding trail, and had stopped at the edge of Beelzebub's washboard, a nearly vertical 2,000-foot rock face that she had been climbing for the past 2 years, mostly because her husband Derek had once told her she couldn't possibly do it. Before common sense could rear its ugly head and make her hesitate, she slung the strap of the duffel over her left shoulder and under her right arm, and then stepped off the ledge, spinning in mid-air to face the cliff. As gravity took over and she started downward, her arms automatically stretched toward the cliff face. Her shoulders and legs tensed, awaiting the jarring impact that was going to arrive in another fraction of a second. But as she dropped below the ledge, she still had time to notice the two women, still moving toward her like insects caught in molasses. She thought, "They'll never make it." But their movement appeared to shift into high gear just before reality grabbed her once again, in the persona of the jagged granite that snatched her fingertips from the air and slammed itself against her face and side. Fighting to maintain a grip and ignoring the pain, Liz kept rotating until she was square with the cliff and could feel the toes of her Merrill trail shoes grip, then slide, then hold fast to ridges in the granite. Her fingers burned fiercely, and the muscles in her arms felt like they were going to rip apart, but they finally settled into place, and she was secure for the moment. "What the hell is going on here?" she thought. Detective Jennifer Toomey and her partner Alice Beltner felt the detonation rumbling through the ground before they heard or saw anything. Jennifer had been scanning the area as she had been trained to do. When tailing someone, focus on the target, but keep your eyes moving, left and right, behind you and in front of you. She noticed a man crouching behind a large boulder off to her left, looking through a pair of fancy-looking surveillance binoculars at Liz, or Rock Woman, as Jennifer referred to Liz in her reports. The man's dark brown pants, jacket and cap did a good job of blending with the surrounding terrain, keeping him pretty well hidden, except for the white sneakers he was wearing. They might as well have had neon lights on them, they stood out so much. Jennifer was glancing back to the right to signal Alice that they had company, when she saw the shocked look on Alice's face. She heard Alice cry out, "Run!" And in the same instant she spotted the unthinkable black cloud blossoming out of the ground miles behind them. What do you do when you might be in the blast radius of a thermonuclear device? Do you just stay there and wait for the fireball shockwave to reach you and blast the flesh from your bones? Do you try to shelter behind something, hoping that it has enough mass to shield you from the blast? Do you stop to puzzle out the various possible ways you might either die or survive an incident you never imagined might happen to you? No, you let instinct take over, and you do whatever it screams in your ear, or whatever your partner screams, which in this case was, "Run!" So the two women turned together and started moving toward Liz, knowing their only choices seemed to be a nuclear bomb blast or a huge cliff. Jennifer had seen the odd little twist Liz had accomplished in mid-air and knew there must be a reason for it. Reaching the edge, a few feet to the left of the spot where Liz had disappeared seconds before, Jennifer reached forward and, touching the ground with her right hand, spiraled outward and slid over the edge. Facing backward now, Jennifer could see Liz clinging to the rock face 4 or 5 feet below her and to her left. Digging her fingers into the cliff, she grabbed and lost and grabbed again, until she managed to slow herself enough that she was holding on with her right hand, parallel to Liz but just barely. Her feet were swinging wildly, and her left hand couldn't seem to find anything to grasp. "Above your head!" the voice shouted. "Above your head! To the left!" It was Liz giving her directions. Jennifer stretched and grabbed wildly and found a sharp groove in the rock that she could wedge her fingertips into. "Now your feet. Probe the rock for anything you can slip your toes into." Jennifer complied, trying not to show how badly she was shaking. Within moments she had found small ridges that the toes of her boots slid into nicely, but knew she wasn't going to be able to hold on long, especially with the ground vibrating so strongly. The man in brown clothes and white sneakers was on the run too, only he had a third option the others didn't. He was moving as soon as the two women were, but he was only concerned with reaching Liz in time. When he started, the women were actually a little closer to her than he was, but they were running slightly uphill, and he was off to one side, on a level with Liz, but out of her line of sight. He felt he could probably reach her before the two women could, and, if he pushed himself, maybe even before the blast would. Now we're talking about a matter of seconds here, but a few seconds can actually be quite a long time. Most people assume that the explosion of an atom bomb nearby would mean instant death for anyone within a range of 20 or 30 miles. But the truth is that a great many factors can influence how bad the blast is, how quickly it moves, and who lives and who dies. If a bomb is exploded in the air close to the ground, the heavier air and whatever material is available to absorb the radiation, people, wood, rocks, metal, water, will be overheated and vaporized instantly. Then, as the material expands from the heat, will be pushed outward from the blast center, causing the shock wave that knocks down almost anything in its path that isn't tied down, people, wood, rocks, metal, water. How hard it hits any particular material will be determined by a few factors. How big the bomb was to begin with. There are baby nukes and oversized angry Hulk-like nukes. How much really large material is in its way to slow it down, and how far away the material is from the blast center, because the shock wave will dissipate over time and distance. If the bomb is exploded high in the atmosphere, where there's very little air to push around, it has a very different effect. The radiation ends up being converted into X-rays and ionized gamma rays more than anything else. This bomb was exploded about 8 miles away, in a lake, past the low valley they had just climbed. Brown-clothes man knew that the two main reasons people die in nuclear explosions, whether immediately or slowly afterwards, were from the shock and the heat from the blast, or from thermal radiation. The blast was the quick and painless way to go, instant incineration if you were close enough. The radiation was the choice no one wanted to make. Again, depending on how close you were to the center of the blast, you could die within hours, linger for days or weeks, or linger for many excruciating years. If you were very far away but received a large dosage of radiation, the effects could surface many years later in the form of various cancers. Any way you looked at it, this wasn't the best time to be in this particular spot. If they couldn't avoid the blast and couldn't get away before fallout radiation reached them, they wouldn't grace the covers of any beauty or fashion magazines, ever. Of course, Brown-clothes man didn't have time to think about any of this, not about the size of the blast, the prevailing winds, or the time and distance it would take him to reach Liz at the cliff's edge, not about the fact that he had grabbed his sneakers because he had misplaced his hiking boots in the dark, not about the hat that he gave an automatic tug to as he stood up, pulling it lower down on his forehead, securing it for the leap forward. The hat, which he wore constantly, was a source of puzzlement for many who met him. They always wanted to know what the NYS stood for. He usually obliged them with an answer tailored for his locale. If he was in New Jersey, he would say, "Why, it means New York sucks, of course." If he was in Texas, he'd reply, "Not your Stetson." Just 6 months ago at a rock concert, an attractive young thing had asked him about the cap, and he told her it was the name of his band, the Nihilistic Yellow Squirrels. She had seemed impressed. Either it was a good name for a group, or she was too stoned to know the difference. Of course, none of these names were even related to the real name behind the acronym, and at the moment he really didn't have time to think about any of that. He also didn't have time to realize that this was a relatively small nuclear device, although that would occur to him soon enough. For now he just needed to get to Liz on time. What he didn't notice in his push forward was that Liz had already stepped off the cliff, so when he looked up and saw her gone, his step wavered and he almost stumbled, but he was too close to the cliff's edge, and over he went, head first as he had intended, but without Liz in his arms. Scant moments before Brown-clothes man made the leap into space, Alice had also arrived at the edge, just on the other side of Jennifer. She saw what Jennifer did and knew she would never be able to do the same, but, turning around, she crouched down and tried to inch her way off the edge. Unfortunately, she crossed one foot over the other and began a slow tumble backwards into thin air. Brown-clothes man saw none of this because he had been running, head down, focused on the spot where Liz had been a few seconds before. The reason he leapt so easily outward was because that was why he had come up here in the first place. He'd been camping in the area for months, keeping an eye on Liz. When she wasn't outside, he often came up to this area to do base jumping. He had been packing his chute near the plateau edge when he saw Liz start her climb far below, so he strapped his chute on and hid in the rocks and waited. He hadn't intended to reveal himself to her yet, but he felt it was sheer luck that he had been able to be here for her now. Although they wouldn't know it for a while, these four people on the edge of Beelzebub's washboard had a few things going for them. This wasn't a huge bomb, so its blast radius would be relatively small. It had been submerged under water in Flathead Lake, 8 miles away when it went off. This wouldn't be good news for the towns bordering the lake, towns like Elmo or Dayton or Rollins, and it would flatten Wild Horse Island, but it would end up being good news for people slightly farther away, because the lake's water and the island would dissipate much of the shock wave, causing the ground to shake more, but sending a smaller shock wave through the air. Since there were light breezes coming in from the northwest, much of the radioactive fallout would drift away from them, towards Wyoming instead of British Columbia. If they could avoid direct exposure to the blast and continue to move further away, they might have minimal exposure to the radiation. Unfortunately, none of them knew this yet, and had just made choices that left 2 of them hanging to a cliff face for dear life, 1 falling through space, and a 4th tumbling slowly through the air 20 feet below. As Brown-clothes man vaulted into space, just 32 seconds after Liz noticed the mushroom cloud and leaned toward the only body he spotted dropping away below him, Liz looked up from her perch on the rock face as he flashed past. No, It couldn't be. Derek? End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 3, written and recorded by Gesine. What did she say? Dunno, deck or something. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, can you hear me? Liz opened her eyes. Derek, she said clearly, wonderingly. She looked up slightly, took in the concerned faces of the two nurses bent over her, and asked, annoyance now in her voice, "Where is the bastard?" The doctors were walking quickly, in that purposeful every second counts and lives could be lost way medical staff at hospital often exhibits. The patient is delusional, believes an atomic bomb has been dumped in some lake in Montana, and that she was running from the fallout. Also talks about having to protect something in that duffel bag she had with her, but all the bag contains is a couple of pebbles. She remembers her husband, Derek, he is with her now, but she thinks he has run off to the Himalayas with a school teacher, and she last saw him parachuting off a cliff. Tox screen? Clean. Whatever is causing this, it's not drugs. We should MRI the brain. Do it and talk to the husband. Find out if there's any history of psychosis or if she's bumped her head recently. On the other side of the river, Bruce Steifer, Glane Professor for Nuclear Physics, walked across Lewitt's bold floor art bars of colors within squares. The department's new atrium building, the Green Center for Physics, had officially opened only a month ago, and Steifer was still getting used to the new interconnectedness the structure was supposed to foster, not to mention the new colors. He reached his office, successfully avoiding a group of first-year undergraduates, and sat with a sigh behind his desk, a mahogany monster much too large for the size of the room. The desk was empty but for the mail. Steifer booted up his computer and started sorting through the pile of faculty memos, journals, letters, and student papers. He wrote a quick reply on one of the memos, read and threw out a couple others, and finally came to a letter that hadn't been opened by his secretary. On the envelope the words Professor Bruce Steifer, Physics, MIT, were neatly printed in black ballpoint pen. In one corner, in red and underlined, Personal. Steifer frowned and took a Swiss Army knife out of his pocket. He selected a slim blade, and carefully, with great precision, sliced open the envelope. He used a cuff of his shirt to wipe the microscopic traces of paper dust off the knife, and returned it to his pocket. The letter comprised of a single small sheet of yellow writing paper. On it, printed in the same neat black ballpoint, there were two words, and nothing else. Had professional detachment allowed it, Dr. Friedman would have felt sorry for Derek McKenna. The man was visibly shaken. "I just don't understand it. She describes everything in such detail. Her house in Montana, the mountain trail, the mushroom cloud, the two women. She is worried about her horse. Her horse! She won't even let the children have a hamster." "And your wife has shown no signs of anything going on prior to this? Has she made any changes lately, or has she been away?" "No, nothing like that. She is very efficient. The kids, shopping, the house, social activities. She runs it all like clockwork. We have a big planner on our kitchen wall with everyone's schedule for the week, and everything was normal until about 10 o'clock Thursday morning, when Liz didn't show up at her book club meeting." Dr. Friedman nodded. "But she was admitted here only at 12 p.m. Do you know what she did in these 2 to 3 hours?" "I found out today. Yesterday I went through Liz's clothes to take them home to wash, and noticed that she had new shoes I'd never seen before, for hiking or something. I've been round all the big outdoor stores downtown, and one of the sales assistants recognized Liz when I showed him a photo. She bought the shoes on Thursday morning. He remembers because it's the day he goes to the climbing wall, and they had a chat about climbing and trail running. She tried on a few pairs, then chose these. Merrill's, he says they are. He says it's one of the best brands. Derek ran a tired hand across his chin, upon which uncharacteristic stubble was forming. Thing is, she's not into outdoor sports at all, and she's never been climbing. So why did you buy the shoes? Dr. Friedman leaned forward, interested at last. Maybe she was planning a holiday? Or a surprise? Or maybe she wanted to take it up. She doesn't like the outdoors. She goes to the gym. We have one in our basement. Machines are more efficient, you see. She can exercise there every day, whatever the weather outside, and she can measure her workout intensity and everything. But John, this sales guy, he says she really knew her stuff. He asked me if I ran trail too and where we go climbing. Perhaps she wanted to try something different. Perhaps she didn't want to tell you until she'd mastered a new skill. Or maybe she didn't want to worry you. Derek sighed. But that's just it. Liz hates change. She likes routine. It makes her feel safe. She wouldn't just take up a new hobby without reason, out of the blue. And we still don't know why she suddenly ran down this street screaming, and why she's saying all these things now. I mean, she's never even been to Montana. And do I look like a mountaineer to you, or as if I know one end of a parachute from the other? No, the doctor thought. He had a heavily built frame and appeared to be reasonably fit, but he was also dressed entirely in dark brown clothes, and this made him look more like a monk than someone into extreme sports. But the worst thing is, Derek's voice broke along with his emotional dam, that she doesn't remember we have children. I'm sorry, Mr. McKenna. The only thing I can tell you is that your wife's symptoms don't seem to be physical. We've run a complete set of tests and everything has come back normal. As far as we can tell, your wife is physically healthy. I'm transferring her to the psychiatry ward for further assessment. Derek's shoulders slumped. Jennifer blinked slowly as awareness set in. The hand moved from her knee to the inside of her thigh, travelling higher slowly but steadily. She closed her eyes again, giving herself up to the sensation of that touch, experiencing just it, ignoring everything else. She sighed contentedly as the hand continued to stroke. She spread her legs a little to allow easier access. The hand slipped under the elastic of her panties. The alarm went off. Damn! Jennifer swore. Hang on, don't stop. She rolled over, the hand moving with her, and stretched an arm out to the alarm clock, which increased its volume with every second beep. God, I hate this thing, and I can't reach. She moved up, causing the hand to slip deeper down. There. The beeps stopped. So did the stroking. What's wrong? That clock is a mood killer. And we have to get up, Alice said mournfully. She propped herself up on one elbow and smiled down on her partner. But early shift today, so we'll have the whole evening to play. She lowered her head and kissed Jennifer's pouting lips. Promise? Jennifer asked, wrapping a leg around Alice's hips. Professor Dyfer slowly put down the letter. He took his glasses off and started polishing them, his brows creased, his eyes staring ahead. Finally he put the glasses back on and took up the telephone, dialing a number from memory. It's Bruce, he said. I got another one. Just an empty sheet again? The voice at the other end asked after a pause. No, the same paper and everything, but this time there's a message. Well? Dyfer adjusted his glasses, adjusted them again, took them off. It says, "We know." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project, 2007. Chapter 4, written and recorded by Chris Hughes. The crunch was a surprise, but then everything was a surprise. The cold snap, the arrival at Narita, so many arrivals, so many departures. So many arrivals and departures that she wasn't even jet-lagged, time and geography left behind, the succulent pleasure of anonymity, geographical uncertainty, and her assignation, Abiki. Such a sweet word. Here with Mr. Aki-san. Mr. Aki-san on the 60-something of Yoko Randoma something. See Mr. Aki-san, eat with Mr. Aki-san. You must meet Mr. Aki-san. E held up another of the morsels, translucent, white like lake ice, all waves and curves, sculpturous, Palakian, architectural and grandiose. Shinkin, Aki-san nods. Shinkin? Sumane. Sorry, she asks. Shinkin kinoko, he tells her. Fungus. Mushroom from the sides of trees. So white, she tells him. Yes, white. Kogetsu, he tells her. A bright moon. Kikurage. White tree jellyfish. I think, he tells her. Cloud mushroom. Kikurage. Yes, for the lungs. Peri-peri, crisp. Hi. Like biting mountain air. Mountain air indeed. The sun slides behind Fuji. Red-orange light spills over the cloud pile carpet. The contrail crossed skyscrapers of Nishi Shinjuku like mushrooms themselves. One could pluck them for the table. The windows cold to the touch, tsumatai. The glass panels beginning to cast back the watery restaurant light. White-clad waiters aglow in the neon, swimming amongst the mushrooms. And the smell of heat, alien amongst the formality. A furnace is called to life, milling with kitchen scents, daikon, ginger, Aki-san's western cologne, provocative vapors of warmed rice wine. Rice wine indeed. Pacing should be in the plan, thinks E. After the kikurage, more theatrical courses, waiters sweeping back the chromed covers to unveil dishes, more alien fungus, more curious creatures, more sake, more stiff, informal Japanese conversation, the elevator that stops at every floor. Aki-san shows no sign of the pinch on his finances. Curious creatures don't come cheap, nor the style, the fashion, the exclusivity, nor, of course, the assignation itself, the abiki, sweet word. No sign of much else either. Aki-san in the spotlight, Aki-san establishing his character. Aki-san would speak in the third person if he spoke of himself at all. As the meal slithers and swims and splashes and lopes its way on, the sky outside turns to stacks of gridded light, white stanzas with red aircraft warning commas, the cloud carpet shimmering with neon of the Roji and Makanami beneath. Spots from Klieg lights chase around the misty screen like a game of Pong. She knows the feeling. Perhaps more jet lag than she'd admit, or rice wine, or jet lag and rice wine. Jet lag and rice wine like chlorine. The restaurant feels more and more like a swimming pool. American and Brit expats floating at the bar. Aki-san tilts his head like a curious hound. He's noted her sudden smile. A smile, no doubt, like a pebble in the pond. Am I funny? He asks. You like my story, he tells her. Yes, very, she tells him. And it occurs to her that last week is a blur, that Tuesday, in fact, is a blur as well, and Wednesday for that matter, and that this day is only, in fact, the day after you arrive, the evening after you arrive, to be precise, though the precision ends there, since, if pressed, E could not tell you where she landed from, and this pleases her immensely. Aki-san bows his head sharply. His eyes sparkle. Their meeting is going swimmingly, as they say. Goodo, he tells her. Good, good. While in Hamburg, he starts, but is interrupted by a waiter, bowing profusely and whispering a susurrus of Japanese. Aki-san startled. Aki-san breaking stride. Aki-san pulling up lame. Aki-san looking from E to the waiter and back to E, grinding like a bad transmission, and pop, the chopsticks come down, the arm sweeps out, and the waiter turns to E as if on a string. He has a message, Aki-san sputters, and the waiter bows. For you, he says, and the waiter bows again. Yoken, important, he tells her. E looks to Aki-san and to the waiter and back to Aki-san and to the waiter and returns the nod, and out comes a small folded piece of paper. E takes the paper, but what? But the waiter is still there and joined by another, and this one is motioning, touching her on the shoulder. Another surprise, and Aki-san aghast. They motion, they point, a waitress by the door has joined the charade, and two beckons. E looks to Aki-san. I don't understand, she tells him. Aki-san's silent, and then at the turn of a tap the Japanese flows out, too fluid, atomized into white noise with occasional bubbles, burbling unintelligible English. E grasps at the stream, but it pours through. She stands, Aki-san stands, clattering the dishes. Aki-san stands, helpless, drowning before his fellow diners, his ibiki dissolving like the cheapest tissue. The waiter still motioning, and with a mental shrug, E following. A life of surprises. She emerges into the brightly lit lobby, eyes adjusting to another waiter, already waiting with a bow in her jacket. The little scrum slips into a waiting elevator. The elevator starts down with such intention she can almost feel herself flying, and almost as sharply the elevator slowing, her weight pouring back into her like from a pitcher, and the lights flicker once and once again. The doors slide open to a floor half lit through smoke by emergency lights and electronic klaxon. A Japanese klaxon, E thinks, a klaxon tuned to be persistent yet soothing, insistent yet polite. Mind the smoke, please. Locate the exit, please. Go now, please. Thank you for coming, please. Leave now, please. And smoke there is, and sour, eye-burning chem lab fumes, and a maelstrom of hundreds. A wet cloth is produced, and E is flotsam. E is jetsam. E is swept away from her scrum. E is swept into the swirling crowd and around the half-lit room, branching through metal doors and spilling down quarter-lit stairs. A life of surprises. Flotsam indeed. The lights only illuminate the smoke, bright bubbles floating at the ceiling. Dark, invisible, rhythmic steps lie below. One floor turns into two, step, step, and two into four, step, step, down, down through the sour smoke and eye-watering fumes and warm metal doors, hot like car hoods, and panicked spray of panicked words from her anonymous, mouth-covered companions, traveling likewise down the invisible steps, step, step. Her scrum may be just ahead or just behind, or still spinning above, flotsam indeed. As 4 turns into 8, 8 into 16, and perhaps 16 into 32, who can say? The smoke thins and the air cools, and 2 more floors, and the cold rises up, and doors open onto a haze of flashing lights and police vans, crackling loudspeakers and helicopters, a haze of ladder trucks and pumper trucks, boop boop sirens, news vans like antennaed bugs, and snow. A snow-covered plaza, snow-covered streets, snow-covered awnings and cars and people, all under a snow-covered sky. Snow falling still. E sloshes through the trampled snow with the crowd toward the barricades, barricades manned by police, police decked out in body armor and full face shield helmets, police dressed as riot police, many, many riot police. In the crowd ahead is a Westerner, a Gesine, poking up like a stubborn weed, a stubborn brown weed in a precisely mown lawn. The brown weed turns, a recognition, possible identification. E doesn't yet know what has happened, what is happening, what slew us open to wash her from the restaurant, and where it was to wash her, but she knows to move away from this man in brown. Instinctively, the man in brown is to be feared. Lowered head, hunched shoulders, smaller, smaller, she hurries her step. Possible into probable, and probable into certain. Identification made. The man in brown is moving, and E steps faster, across the street and onto the sidewalk opposite, turning into the flow of the crowd, drawn to the spectacle at the Yoko Randoma something. A note still to read, but first a doorway, an empty hole, away from the man in brown. Halfway up the block, a gate opens onto an alleyway of overhead wires and banners, of buzzing fluorescent storefront shops and melting snow steaming on neon. A deserted alleyway. Unmolested snow. Deep unmolested snow to her knees, traitorous snow that makes running impossible, traitorous snow laying a traitorous trail like crumbs in the forest, unhansel, ungretel, flotsam indeed. Up the alleyway, just a city block, escape no stranger, but an old friend. She'll round the block and spiral back toward the high-rise, recross the crowd, return to the alley, reuse her tracks. The alley opens onto a broad, brightly lit street, softened by the snow, deserted of traffic, deserted of pedestrians, quiet as church, all heartbeat and breath. Blocks ahead, through the swirling snow, beyond the cones of orange sodium light, a prefecture plow, yellow flashers sparking, goes smoothly about its business. E plods on, the snow deeper here, piled by the icy wind against the darkened buildings. Suddenly the whine of an electric motor, a taxi hissing past. She's turned, only in time to see her pursuer emerge from the alley. Quicken the pace, step. As E approaches the corner, a yellow box van across the intersection rumbles to life, and E breaks into a churning, fighting run. The whir of tires slipping on ice, and then engagement, and the engine gunning. Not good at all. The crowd ahead, the crackle of loudspeakers, the flash of police lights through falling snow, the roar of the engine splitting the night, dispersing loud heartbeat and breath, echoing through the high-rise canyon. Behind her, and now skidding to a stop. In front of her, doors swinging open to forbidding shadow, trapped, the yellow van in front, the man in brown behind. Flotsam indeed. Out jumps a figure bundled in red, pulling back a hood. A woman, a 6-foot woman, a blonde 6-foot Western woman in a red parka in Minato Mirai 21, Tokyoto. Well, she says, this 6-foot blonde Western woman tells E, what are you waiting for? Get in, sweetie. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 5. Written and recorded by Sibella Denton. Corey lifted his hands from his keyboard to grab double handsful of his shaggy brown hair. Cradling his head in his hands, he groaned a groan of intense dissatisfaction with his efforts. Damn it all, anyway, he thought. Nothing was going well in any of his novels today. His characters kept doing the strangest things, and he couldn't seem to control them. First, Chuck had set off an atom bomb, then Derek had parachuted off a cliff. Corey smiled to himself at the thought of telling his two roommates what they got up to in his novels. Then Jennifer and Alice, two of his closest friends, kept appearing in all his story incarnations, whether he wanted them to or not. He'd tried writing a new story set in Japan, but Liz had shown up. Oh, Liz. Everybody knew he was completely in love with her, except, of course, her. She was tall, 5'10" in her stocking feet, and had gorgeous blonde hair cascading in waves down her back, and hazel eyes. Even when he changed her physical details in the story, her adventurous attitude and intelligence came through in at least half of his female characters. Corey heard a key at the kitchen door, the main one they all used. Not knowing who it was, Derek, his girlfriend Jennifer, her girlfriend Alice, or their other roommate, red-haired Chuck, he decided to stop writing for the night. He was in the living room at his laptop, and dexterously he closed the document and opened his favorite Dungeons & Dragons scenario website. He was dungeon master that night, and he had not done nearly enough planning since he had been writing all day. His character was a druid, of course. He loved to play other scenarios. Nevertheless, his games were pretty popular among the crowd, so they often asked him to play dungeon master. He loved playing God and creating the scenarios. When they were all gathered round the table, Corey, wearing his green velvet hooded cloak and the lion-headed amulet he'd gotten from eBay, a number of rolls of the polyhedral dice, got the game under way. Everyone was drinking, well, everyone except Liz, because she wasn't staying over. Not that Corey'd have minded sleeping on the couch and giving Liz his bed, but she wouldn't hear of it. She never would. Damn it. "Hey, let's go to the fair tomorrow," Derek exclaimed. "I know we weren't planning on it, but it's only a 3-hour drive, and the weather is going to be great." Jennifer, at that moment sitting in Alice's lap, slid out and sat down in her seat next to Derek. Playfully she leaned over and lightly thumped his arm. "It's 4 hours if it's 1, and I have to work on my term paper. At least I should, and Alice has to work." "Me too," said Chuck. "Have to work, I mean." "I don't. You, Liz?" asked Corey. "Nope. I say let's do it," she answered, addressing the whole table. Further discussion had led to the game wrapping up very early, at only about 11 p.m. Corey, Derek, and Liz were going to the North Carolina Renaissance Festival, which everybody called Fair, and as the gates opened at 10:30, they were going to leave about 7. Liz was driving, and Liz drove like a maniac, driving way too fast in the sports car her parents had bought her as a college graduation present a few months before. Corey worked in a bank, Derek worked at the Sportsplex, and Liz was working in their old college's admissions office. Alice and Jennifer were working on their senior year, and Chuck, who'd graduated, was a manager at the local bookstore. Still, retail meant working weekend hours, and Chuck usually worked at least one day of the weekend. Early the next morning they were off. Derek napped in the back seat. Corey occupied the front bucket seat next to Liz, his favourite place in the world, and he and Liz sang all the pub songs they could remember all the way up to Charlotte. They got there in a little under 4 hours, and the gate show was already over when they finished dressing. Liz looked, in Corey's eyes, a goddess in her Renaissance court garb of Elizabeth I's era, and Derek was wearing his favourite pirate attire. Corey, in deference to Liz, was wearing his court garb as well, and Liz looked approvingly at him. The $200 doublet and poofy pants were worth it for that look. She took his arm, his chest swelled proudly, he felt it so that other people must see it, and they entered the gates of the fair. Their first stop was the Tortuga Twins show, which was just getting under way. Then Derek took off after a girl they knew, the black-haired, black-eyed Maggie the rose seller. She wasn't selling roses at the Carolina fair, but she did at the fair back home in Georgia. Corey and Liz exchanged a knowing look. "Polyamory must be fun if you can mentally handle it," he murmured. Liz arched one eyebrow. "Not for me, though." "Me neither, but it seems to work for Derek and Jen." "Yeah. Hey, I'd like a glass of mead. Let's get one," Liz said, pointing to a drink stand across from the back of the Tortuga Twins stage. They wandered, after that, had lunch, steak on a steak and one of those huge smoked turkey legs for Corey, and a chicken sandwich for Liz, and Liz decided to have another cup of mead. She rarely drank, and as Corey wasn't drinking, she decided to get a little bit drunk at the Ren Fair. "Corey, you'll drive home, won't you, sweetie?" she asked, leaning toward him, her cleavage mesmerizing to him who loved her, her goblet full of her third cup of mead artfully displayed by her crooked right arm. What could he do? He was completely in love with this woman, and here she was, asking him a simple favour. He'd have given her anything in his power. "Course," he said, and she leaned up just a little to kiss his cheek. Then they went to watch the human chess match. Held in the jousting ring on a huge roll-out chess mat, audience members were invited to play characters in the match. Little children were selected as pawns, people in costume for king and queen. Liz and Corey, the best dressed in the crowd, were selected as black king and queen. Other attendees played other pieces. Liz was laughing and flushed as she asked Corey to escort her over to get another cup of mead. He complied, and then they returned to the jousting ring. Derek was there, Maggie was there, and the jousting was about to begin. Corey was fingering his amulet, the one he wore for fair and D&D, and recalling that the eBay seller had called it medieval or Renaissance, and wishing he knew more about it. It was certainly very, very old, and made of bronze. Corey liked to believe it was worn by a real Druid in time immemorial, and dated far back beyond 1400 or so, as the seller had dated it. Maggie'd been selected as one of the Green King's favourites, and the whole crowd seemed to enjoy the jousting, despite its being scripted. Derek and Maggie went to have some lunch, as they'd not eaten, and Corey and Liz strolled along the fair. In the corner near the jousting arena, Liz turned to Corey and lifted one arm to play with his amulet. Her eyes didn't meet his, and it was all Corey could do not to pull her full against himself. He put a hand out to steady her, and settled it on her waist. "Why haven't you ever asked me out, Corey?" she asked, in a light-hearted tone. He answered in kind. "You want me to ask you out? I see you nearly every day." "No," she said in a soft whisper that didn't seem to belong to her. I mean, seriously. Corey hardly knew what to say. Well, you were dating John when we met, and John and I broke up almost a year ago, she broke in. But you've... He broke off and started over. We're friends. Yeah, but that's not enough for me any longer, Liz said, in that small whisper, her eyes finally meeting his. Corey saw there a desire and a longing to match his own. He didn't need to think any longer, and he dropped his leather mug to the ground and dropped his head to kiss her. He pulled her closer as his body cried out for more. He was vaguely aware of the disappointment of kissing her while she was wearing so many heavy clothes, but that was almost instantly drowned out by the thought that he was kissing Liz. Her mouth opened with a soft groan as she invited him to kiss her more fully. Moving his hands across her back, he urged her ever closer. "Damned hoop skirt," she said, laughing, breaking away from his kiss. "I guess that's my answer. Alice said you liked me, but John did a number on you, and yeah." Sunday morning saw Liz run into Jennifer in the hallway. With a faint blush and a grin, she confirmed Jen's wide-eyed glance at Corey's door. Liz slipped back inside, noting that Corey's amulet was on the floor. She put it over her head and let Corey's robe drop to the floor. He opened an eye to look at her. "You're beautiful." "I'm fat." "You're not, you're curvy. Girls today think they have to be skinny as a so-called supermodel. Do you really think a guy wants to sleep with a girl like that? It'd be like fucking a bag of antlers." Liz laughed and threw herself back into his bed and his arms. Somewhere in Japan, a tall blonde woman in a red parka was speeding away in a yellow van with a small woman called E. Somewhere, an Elizabeth McKenna was lying in a hospital. Some derrick was wafting on a nuclear breeze to the bottom of a chasm. And on top of Corey's wallet, on his nightstand, was an envelope with no return address and a Eureka, California postmark. He'd gotten it in the mail that day, but hadn't yet opened it. In that envelope was a piece of paper of the same type that a physics professor had looked at only just then. It was a yellow sheet of legal notepaper, and it contained the very same words. "We know." The amulet around Liz's neck warmed, but she didn't notice. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project for 2007. Chapter 6. Written and recorded by Tom Higgins. Twisted and turning, the young girl stumbled through the turbulence of adolescence. The scabs of early mistakes she left intact to remind her of the possible pitfalls of gentle meanderings. No dragons, no ring-bearers, and no young ensigns on far-flung starships. No time-traveling scarf-wearers. She toyed with all of these. In her teenaged wisdom, she played with saving the world, fixing injustices, and with all good intentions, making humanity safe for its own company. Twisted and turning, the young girl fought seasons of correctional maneuverings, and in her way formed something of her own ethical operations manual. The three-ring binder was worked, reworked, and then worked once more before she implemented it in her early 20s. First, limitations. She worked long and hard, not only to pave over those vectors which impacted the underlying fabrics, but to cut off all access to them entirely and forever. It was the one brief flirtation with wearing her underwear over her clothes and going up, up, and away. If she gave herself the leeway, she would have laughed now at the machinations that she had set up to close that opening, the dramatic Wagnerian epic she lived through for several months, that left her with a newfound respect for Galacticus and several lucrative investments in comic merchandising. Certain limitations formed themselves into her daily breathing. Fictions of all sorts were a dangerous flirtation with the could-have-beens that left her sore and bruised with the linebacker's impact of unexpected consequences. Sweeping generalizations, hasty revenge-laced daydreams, even steamy sideways pleasures, had barbs she would rather not have to dislodge from her gobsmacked mouth. Those who came to know her sensed her quiet need for a status quo, bubbling under a constant sense of wonderment. Even while she moved across the thoughtscapes of the fringe possibilities, she clutched at her stability with the same survival instincts with which an Arctic explorer clutches his parka. Second, living. How would she live, given that her motions and meanderings spun off as they did to infuse the world around her? Free-running was as close as she can come to describing it to herself and, on occasion, to those few people she grew to trust. Sebastian had explained it to her during one of her expeditions. Her crush on him was overruled by the importance of what he had to teach. She filed it away in a small white banker's box for that mythical time when she could sit and enjoy her selfish indulgences. She sifted through his foreign frame of heart to get at the stuff she knew would matter to her. Sebastian and David twisted and turned with their troop of brothers, showing her the Superman and the monkey vault, the half-flips morphing into running dashes up the sides of nearby cafe walls, the merging of shoulder and sinew into dumpster lids and sidewalks. While their muscles rested, she prompted them to explain about overcoming obstacles, about spotting the clutter of the everyday, and about reaching the goals lodged between impossible and untenable. Living was possible, and live she did. Nightfall was mirrored in her bedroom's south window. The futon's reflection floated over downtown skyline. Each pillow read the backwards name of a city or a country she had in some line or some time visited. Yorki Nua, atop Nalum, Nalum aside Danal Nizhny. The table she was hovering over winked off and on in places with red brake lights and white arcs of headlights. Her four hands moved in a dance of slow shaking terror over the pile of yellow sheets of paper. We know. Her eyes took them in one at a time. We know. What we need to ascertain in this hearing is exactly what did we know and when did we know it. The gavel came down with several loud exclamations. Order! 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 She blinked twice. Her starched uniform held her in place while her focus returned. Senator, with all due respect, she weighed her next words with great care. The active participation of this body in these acts is a matter of public record. Asking us for an explanation of your intentions is outside of this report's aims. The room fell silent. A wave of digital flashes and cell phones being dialed followed. The volume ramped up in short order to the individual sounds of questions, gavel poundings, accusations, and defensive scapegoating drowned each other out. The live cam feeds to the watching cloud of millions overloaded and sputtered out. The comment systems of several We Know web forums filled with a sweater full of threads, each raveling and unraveling in the battle of ideological supremacy. She looked out over the cityscape. The old T-shirt rubbed against her flesh as it finally warmed to the apartment's small heater. She could not remember going down that alley of possibility, did not recall a workup of the possible outcomes. She did recall snapping back to her pre-planned course of the evening. She did recall. She recalled recalling. The pile of yellow sheets were neatly stacked now in several uneven columns. The stack closest to her had one yellow sheet left. She had a staring contest with that lone sheet's message, and having been defeated, picked it up with tired hands. The realizations that led up to those ponderously stacked columns of messages started amassing a few months ago. Her methodologies having been proven, and her caution held tight in her mind like so many rosaries, she had taken to what Corey called her walkabout. She made up her mind about it one afternoon in London, as she sat half listening to his latest story idea. And then Gene Shepherd's voice comes up, you know, in that way he gets when going on about... They had talked about Gene Shepherd more than a little on that and other visits. She had found a large collection of his radio shows on a small website, and made her way through what could be unearthed of his works over the next couple of years. The Connected Federation of Fatheads had mailed her discs packed with MP3 files, without carefree enumeration. They were spreading the good words, and that was enough of a reward, they told her. She thanked them with an Excelsior and the occasional seltzer bottle. The post office box was often stuffed with copies of his books, as she plucked them one after another from eBay or Amazon. Storytellers, more often than not, tell a story. Shepard was telling a story about telling true stories. It was not nearly as overt as was often done, probably very much his intent from the get-go. When fans or professional interviewers would ask him which parts of his narratives were real and which were made up, Shep would look at the person asking with a sadness generally reserved for dim-witted dogs, and then lovingly make up a tale which they believed to be the real answer. On sunny days, she would sit at cafes and on hillsides, weaving her own true stories, crafting consequences and stitching up holes with the seemingly careless skill Shep had taught her. Watching as they unfurled around her, she quickly spotted her flaws and noticed any jarring clashes in the pattern's patchwork. Eventually, she sat amused by the outcomes and chuckled on occasion at the ways that even sorrow could bring happiness. "You're not listening again," Corey sulked as he sipped at his water. "What? Me not being riveted by each and every word that flows out of your being? You think I want to wind up obscured in one of your plots?" Her smile shone with equal parts truth and huckster spiel. In return, he broke out in a true smile. Okay. So enough about my word counts. What is this about some sort of walkabout you're planning?" She told him about the globe-spanning romp her recent return on investments was affording her. "The world is solemn enough now, I think, so I want to go explore some. Sure, it's not perfect, but imagine the bore fest that would be. So, okay, I step away from what I am all about for now and go see what the world is about." She outlined the details to him as best as she could outline them to herself. The arc of the sun led her across the terrain. Her transitions got increasingly complex, flowing from free-running to parkour, blurring intent and expression with flips and turnarounds. Drunk beyond plan one night, she heard the first message. "We know." It came from the bar stool beside hers. The crowd rumbled on over the Batman's faltering swing. "Excuse me?" she slurred to the rough shape of a man on the bar stool. His eyes moved from her to the TV and back to her. "It's okay, love. You're not all out yet." Her focus came up sharp. She needed an exit, and Tank was going to be no help. She let a giggle loose at that thought as she worked out of her drunk. She let her eyes move over him. Exits. "You're talky for a cutie pie." She let herself slur just enough to set the trap. "And you're all too quiet for this bar," he said, emptying his pint. "Care for a change of venue, then?" Her arms snaked around his neck, down his torso, and across the inner thighs. "My picture yours, sweetie." When they spilled into her hotel room, she moved them towards where she remembered the bed being. "You think I'm that sort of guy?" he grunted as she stripped him of his jeans. She inched her fingers inside his underwear. "Reply hazy. Try again," she chuckled. The answer rose in her fingers. Exits and fallbacks. She went to the white banker's box and pulled out something she had worked out in her youth. Naughty and delicious. She remembered the first time she had tried this. Her body moved in time with his, warm tectonic plates building up pressures that would be released in several powerful quakes. The first now ready inside her, moving out, yes. And now the second, taking over his intentions, yes. And again, stronger this time, catching his unreadiness, guiding him now with her hands, the uncontrollable and inevitable quake of his own pressures, ready for her command. And now the exit spread from her heart, beating warm, slow, fluid. And cut! Great work, guys! That was AVN worthy. She felt the towel move over her, reached a hand toward where Brock should be. His fingers gave hers a squeeze. "Always a pleasure, honey," she said, getting up off the set's bed. Around her, the crew ran around rearranging for the next shoot. She walked into her jeans, wobbly from the last vestiges of the drink and her hasty transition. A small figure ran beside her. "Total and utter amazement yet again! Oh, if we can just clone you, it would be a mint made reel." With both hands, she hefted her breast into a Waiting Ramones t-shirt. "Manny, are you trying to devalue the goods?" "Ah, you're wise beyond words. Can you do another shoot today? We have Justin lined up." She followed the move she had worked out for this. Always leave them wanting more. Tell Justin he is a love, and Belinda will be better for the scene. He has a thing for her anyway. They'll make magic for you. Sure, he answered, while setting his speed dial hounds to work. Walking past the crew's trucks and soon-to-be repoed Porsches of the hired talent, she made her way from the condo that a production company used for their shoots. The traffic was light, and the sun was shining on its chosen people of greater Los Angeles. 4,000,000 possibilities moved around her. Cars crashed about in their fossil fuel death march. Airliners drew random tic-tac-toe boards overhead. Yet through it all, she heard a distant whisper. "We know." She spun around to see who had said it. Her eyes took in a stark yellow billboard with the black letters, "We know," stretched across it. A random LA bar saw her first failed attempt to recapture the incident. She drank heavily, she slurred at strangers, she winked at knowing possibilities, but nothing came of it, other than a few fumbling evenings of sidebar musings. The Bukowski method was quickly ditched for a more reasoned approach. Someone was telling her something. That alone was a start. Someone must have noticed the contrails of her passages, maybe noticed the rippling shift of normalcy around her movements. For years she had tried to carefully follow her three-ring binder of operations, but the inevitability of discovery was always a tick-tick-ticking. The words "we know" had been her wake-up call to that inevitability. She did not know who or what or even why, but she knew the game was afoot. After several days of regrouping and furious questioning, she reasoned that her walkabout was as good a place as any to be. So off she went, following the arc of the sun. Tokyo. Speeding bullet train. Amidst a gaggle of school kids, she held a conversation with a 13-year-old named Shindu. It started when he noticed her book on the game of Go. She had picked it up the day before in hopes of bettering her endgame. "That book," Shindu said, after a few rounds of polite conversation, "will not help you figure it out. We know." The train slid through the time and space as she framed a response. "We?" Shindu smiled. "Yes, and trust me, we mean no harm in pointing this out. You are nice. You are honest." His eyes darted around the car, full of his classmates. We also have a secret." He told her his tale. Moscow, jump to Berlin, roll into Paris, half-dive into Madrid, free-fall into Johannesburg, monkey vault through Macau, traversing points uncountable, all running together in her head as she came to rest from her walkabout in her waiting apartment. Names fell off her fingers onto the waiting laptop. Sally, who roamed between this and other realms of the possible, searching for her loss, trapped by it and defined by it. Ishiman, who swept through the small towns seeking the perfect bar fight. Harry, who conned himself as much as those he deemed worthy to aid him in his deceptions. Jenna, who invented then reinvented ways to keep her mind off the whispers they all seemed to be hearing. Rashid, who dressed everything in the garments of his parents' ideologies. Pieces, all of them needing to be put together, none of them corners. This would not be easy, she thought to herself, exhausted from the journey. She had set out on her walkabout with a mild amusement to see what the world had become. Now she sat re-examining what it had showed her, what she never thought it would show her. That, above all else, is what sent her fear running loose in her mind. Limits and liabilities damped the fear, curbed it back from possible damage for the moment. Everyone she met had heard the message, had seen it pop up here and there. Most of those she met were able to, in some way or another, move through or shift what others like to call reality. Sam had spent a serious night with her, figuring out if there was a difference between moving and shifting, if there was a passive versus active, or if it was the same thing with subtle shades of control. More than a few of those she had met were disturbed by the mystery in ways she thought dangerous, and those she wrote out on one list. The ones she met who were tackling the mystery as an adventure, a quest, or in methodical ways, she put on another list. Names of those who saw this as a reason to give up or give in, she wrote on a third list. The last list held just 3 names. 3 very bad nights and 3 very hasty exits were bound up in those names. Those were the ones who saw this as a way to take what they thought was their rightful power. Encrypted with a set of keys she had arranged with some of those whom she had met, the lists were sent off to the mailing list they had set up on Google. She waited for the responses. In a month of back and forth on the mailing list, they had come up with one plan of action they could all agree on. Sam and Dmitri set it in motion, and the rest fleshed it out. The idea was to stir the pot, to turn the Brownian slam dance of the universe into something they could use to tweeze out some answers. Jenna had the marketing savvy, and in short order, the "we know" viral meme would spread across the globe in the way that viral memes do. Her part was the scattershot special deliveries. Dmitri and Shindo were taking up the YouTube, MySpace, and other social networking fronts. The others would all be moving on the ground in quiet ways to watch for reactions and catalog them for the mailing list. With each yellow sheet she sent out, her mind flickered to possible outcomes. She quashed them down almost as fast as they sprung up inside her tired mind. She flitted across the country playing Mr. McFeely to her speedy deliveries of potential reactions. She had her misgivings about the whole thing. She said as much on the list. The group was comforting, but under the comfort was a strong need to know what the mystery was about and why it had crept into their lives. She agreed, even after a busy night of deliveries. One more for the night. Her eyes looked once more on the skylight of the city and her mirrored apartment. Soon she would lay down on the bed and sleep a dreamless sleep. She held the last yellow sheet of the night in her hands and set off. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 7. Written by Kristen Ferrari and recorded by Dean Weiss. The next morning, Liz ran a search on YouTube. No new videos had been posted by Who Knows Who 754, the screen name their group had invented for their collective internet personality. That was odd. They had all agreed the night before that they would begin their efforts the next morning before work, which for Colin would have been around 6 a.m. Next, she did a quick search on the Yahoo forums. Still nothing. In fact, there were no signs anywhere that any other members of the team had been active. Liz sighed disenchantedly. Seriously, was she the only person on Earth who knew how to get anything done? She reached for the phone to dial Jen's number. There were 4 rings, then a beep, and Jen's voice. "Hey, you've reached Jennifer, and I can't get to the phone right now, so leave your name and number, and I'll probably call you back." Another beep. "Hey, Jen," Liz said into the receiver. "What's up with the internet deal? I thought we were starting tomorrow, and there's no sign of anyone yet. Give me a call. I'm going to track down the other people." Next, she tried dialing Colin. This time there wasn't even an answering machine. The phone rang for a solid minute and a half before Liz finally hung up. It was the same with every number on the list. None of her friends were at home, or even within reach of their cell phones, so it seemed. She tried emailing them. No response. She signed into her chat client, but no one was online. She blew a puff of air upward into her sandy bangs in frustration. How were they supposed to get to the bottom of the phenomenon Colin had jokingly dubbed the Yellow Pages? Liz returned to her computer and pulled up half a dozen random forums and created the screen name Who Knows Who 754 on each one, then posted a question. "Hey guys, anyone else notice the yellow flyers that say Who Knows scattered around? They're everywhere around here. Are they some kind of teaser campaign or something? She hit send on each of the 6 forums, then left the computer to make some coffee. 20 minutes later, she had 6 reply notifications in her mailbox. She tried each. First, the famously international LibriVox forums. Someone named Corey had replied to her. Eagerly, she clicked the first link. "Hey, who knows," the reply said. "I've moved your question to the off-topic forum. I don't think you meant to post this in Readers Wanted unless you want to coordinate a collaborative reading of the flyers." There followed a long discussion on whether the Library of Congress would clear the flyers for public domain. Liz rolled her eyes and closed the windows. Literature nerds. Go figure. Google, Wikipedia, and Twitter were equally unhelpful. No one seemed to take the request seriously. Either she was mocked for being a noob, or ignored entirely. Suddenly, her speakers chimed at her. A new email? She opened the mailbox. It was from LibriVox, a private message notification. She reopened the LibriVox forums and logged in. The private message wasn't from anyone she was used to seeing on the forums, though their post count was a surprising 1337. The body of the post consisted of a block of text quoted from her original post and a response. Maybe you should ask them directly. Maybe you should ask them face to face. Liz's heart began to race. Calm down, she told herself. This is probably just another crank. But I have to be sure. I have to explore all possibilities. Liz hit reply. Where can I find them, she asked, and sent the message. She spent a tense 6 minutes and 45 seconds, yes, she counted the seconds, in front of her monitor, watching her mail notifier and muttering please, 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 over and over under her breath. Finally, there was a reply. She refreshed her inbox and opened the new message. The note read, 1337 Post Court. What on earth? The post count? Liz furrowed her brow, then remembered with a jolt that Post Court was the name of a street 2 blocks from her apartment building. Liz had never changed from pajamas to street clothes so fast in her life. She grabbed the first thing out of her pile of unfolded, clean laundry, a pair of cut-off jeans, a lime green t-shirt, words, New Jersey is for lovers, printed on the back, and her magenta socks with the pom-poms on the cuff. She pulled on her cowgirl boots to complete the ensemble, shoved her keys, driver's license, and credit card into her pocket, just in case, and ran out the door. 1337 Post Court looked like a relic from the Victorian period. Gargantuan, brick-walled, ivy-covered, and completely decrepit, it rose from 3 teetering stories above the pavement before culminating in a weather-torn roof. Liz checked the printout she had made of the private message. Could this be the place? Maybe they mistyped the address, she thought hopefully. She briefly entertained the idea of running back to the house to see if they had sent her a correction. So sorry, I meant 1338. But she knew in her gut that it was impossible. She remembered wistfully her cell phone lying on the dresser and wished she'd had the presence of mind to bring it with her. Then she took a deep breath and knocked on the front door. No reply. Of course there'd be no reply. She tried the handle. Unlocked. Of course again. She tiptoed inside and left the door slightly ajar behind her, just in case she had to make a rapid escape. Everything about this place was so coincidental. She didn't trust the door still to be unlocked if she had to get out quickly. Liz did her best to be quiet as she made her way down the cobwebbed hallway, but it was nearly impossible to be completely silent in cowgirl boots. Still, over the clacking of her heels, she thought she heard the sound of a distant sobbing. She paused. Sure enough, there were rapid, uneven breaths coming from down the hallway. Liz was struck with a sudden burst of courage. She ran all the way to the last door in the hall and burst in. It was the strangest room she had ever seen. The walls looked freshly painted, but whoever had done the job had chosen a drab, dirty-looking tan. The furnishings in the room were expensive, but sparse and messily placed. A smattering of cushioned office chairs in no apparent order. A corkboard hung on a single wall, and among the 10 or 15 newspaper articles pinned to it, Liz spotted one of the yellow flyers. Overhead hung a huge television monitor, so gigantic that Liz thought it might have been stolen from a billboard or a sports arena. Finally, in the center of the room was the source of the sobs, a woman who looked about 40 years old and who was wearing nothing but a stained hospital gown, was duct-taped to a folding chair. She struggled against the bonds, but she was thin and clearly undernourished, and Liz could tell that she was quickly exhausting herself with her struggles. She stepped forward. "Excuse me," she said. "Let me help." She reached for the duct tape that held the woman's arms to the back of the chair, but as Liz's fingers brushed her skin, the woman snapped her eyes open and gasped. "You used to be me," she whispered. "What?" Liz gasped. "Listen, There was an urgency in the woman's tone which made Liz forget her situation entirely and pay close attention. "My name is Elizabeth McKenna," the woman said. "Do you recognize the name? Does it sound familiar?" "No," Liz said reflexively, but then she hesitated. It did sound familiar. Familiar and somehow terrifying. "Think," Elizabeth McKenna demanded, as if she knew what Liz was thinking. "Try to remember." "I don't remember, I'm sorry." But as Liz said those last two words, there was a deafening whir of static, and then the monitor flashed on. It was a scene from a pornographic video, and Liz's first impulse was to look away in embarrassment. But then she saw the girl's face. It was like a half-remembered image from a vivid childhood dream, and she couldn't tear her eyes away, squinting to block out all of the image except the girl's face. "She's you too," Elizabeth McKenna said. "Do you remember yet?" "I remember," Liz said. "I think I remember, anyway. But I don't know what you mean when you say she's me. How can she be me?" "She's not you. You're her," Elizabeth corrected. Liz waved her hand impatiently. "Whatever. How can either of us be the other one? How can both of us be you? Or both of you be me? Or whatever it is you said." Elizabeth's haggard face drooped in disappointment. "I was hoping you could tell me." Suddenly, the monitor blinked off, and as Liz looked around the room, her eye caught sight of the yellow flyer. She laughed. "I see now," she said. "Who knows? That's really cute." "I am glad you think so," said a third voice. Liz's fingers had remained on Elizabeth's shoulder to comfort her, and she felt every muscle in Elizabeth's body tense at the sound of that voice. Liz herself felt a shiver go down her spine, but she was wound so tight by now that she couldn't tell if it was because of any real danger or just the terrifying situation. Slowly she turned to search for the source of the voice. "Are you the person who wrote to me?" "Liz, I've written to you more times than I can count," and a handful of the yellow flyers floated into the room from the doorway. Liz leapt to her feet. "Come here, I want to see who I'm talking to. Do you know what's going on?" The woman who stepped into the room was tall, very tall. Nearly 7 feet, Liz guessed at first glance. She was dressed all in red, a long red skirt, red shoes, a red blouse, and a long red parka that reached far past her knees. On anyone else the parka would have brushed the floor. As the woman in red stepped into view, Elizabeth McKenna began to sob again, this time with real, frightened tears. "I'm the same person as you," the woman in red whispered. "What I need to know is, who knows why?" This is the end of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 8. Written and recorded by Betsy Bush. In Marquette, Michigan, November 2007. Hey, up, Chuck. Shut that thing off. I snarl at my roommate and throw a pillow at him. Chuck groans, rolls over, and hits the snooze button. 7 minutes later... Dude, you've got to go to work. Get up. I holler across the room. Leave me alone, Corey. I was in the middle of a good dream. Chuck murmurs, but he gets up and heads to the shower anyway. I thought getting a nice tidy bank teller job would give me the opportunity to sleep in on weekends. I thought wrong. At least I get to take advantage of Chuck's employee discount at the bookstore, and I don't have to pay shipping. I met Chuck during our first year of college in the freshman English class. We've been friends and roommates ever since. We were both English majors, which means that neither of us know what we want to be when we grow up, and spent a lot of time writing these storylines for D&D and our live-action role-playing group. We must not have been too geeky, because a couple of girls joined the group, and we managed not to scare them away. "Are you going to the Flotsam tonight?" Chuck says as he comes back in, rubbing his red head with a towel. "I don't know. Who's playing?" "Derek's new band, Nihilistic Yellow Squirrels." "Yeah, probably. I'll call Liz and see what she's up to tonight. I know very well that Liz will be wherever I am tonight. I'm going to head to the library and do some research for this new plot I'm working on. I'm sick of playing the fantasy medieval themes over and over. I want to try something new. Maybe ancient Rome or Greece, or something we've never done before. I get up and get ready to go. The garb wouldn't be any worse than those ridiculous pumpkin pants, that's for sure. Chuck ponders. The girls would look great in togas, too. They don't show nearly enough skin in those big old hoop dresses. I stuff my laptop into a backpack, and we head out together. Chuck drops me off near the campus library before he heads over to Bookland. I love going to the college library on Saturday mornings. It's always empty, nice and quiet for some stream of consciousness writing. I sure don't miss studying, writing papers, and cramming for exams, though. Going to college is overrated. Settling into my favorite chair behind the new books shelf, I pull out the laptop, and an envelope falls to the floor. I had forgotten about that letter in the excitement of the new fling with Liz. I open it and read from the small yellow sheet. We know. I roll my eyes and think to myself, geez, what kind of marketing scheme is this, leaving me in suspense for their brand name? Kind of like those old Burma Shave roadside signs. We know, our beer, smells like skunk, but you won't mind. When you're drunk, drink blue tulip beer. I wad the paper into a ball and toss it into the chair next to me. I open the laptop and start going through my morning online routine. Check email, nothing but spam. Check my Travian games, no new attacks. Check my friends' blogs, no new drama there. Check the Fantasy Game Writers Forum, same old medieval. Oh, wait, what's this and off topic? A new thread with the subject line of We Know. Hello, Corey. I look up to see my old physics professor. I thought you had graduated. Getting up to shake his hand. Hello, Professor Diefer. Yes, I've graduated, but I still can't get enough of this library. How's your book going? Diefer may have been a science man, but he had a literary streak in him, too. That's how I managed to get through the class with a passing grade, talking sci-fi with the prof after class. Diefer chuckles. It turned out well. Let me show you. He beckons me to follow him around the shelves, where he points to the spine of a book on the new books shelf. Doorways of Dimension, Tracking Alternate Realities Through Quantum Magnetics. Congratulations! I can't wait to read it, I say as I take the book from the shelf and flip through the pages. I'm glad to know that at least one person will read it. The professor grins. Well, it was good to see you, Corey. I have to get going. I'm teaching one of those weekend distance learning courses. Diefer walks away while I bring the book back to my chair and become sidetracked reading the introduction, where he describes how quantum magnetics allows for infinite possible realities, or alternate universes, to exist for any given moment. The point at which all events in time and space converge is called a singularity. Each alternate universe has a unique quantum magnetic resonance like a radio frequency. By tuning into different signatures, we can catch a glimpse of ourselves in these alternate realities. Like touching the surface of a mirror, we cannot penetrate into the alternate realities, but Diefer explores the possibility of breaking the surface as if it were a pool of water. Once the surface tension is broken, ripples spread out across the universe that affect the time-space continuum through these doorways of dimension. As I turn the page, a wad of paper sails over the top of my book and into my lap. I look up to see where it came from, but there is no one nearby. Unfolding the paper, I notice that the one I had tossed into the chair next to me is no longer there. The wrinkled page still says, We Know, but down near the bottom, written in pencil, is the following. M1020.B7706. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 9, written and recorded by Smokey B. M1020.B7706. Thanks to his brief assistantship at the library, Corey knew this was a call number for a book on music, more specifically on orchestral music, orchestra. The word struck a chord within him. For some time now, Corey had had a sense that things in his life were being orchestrated by others. It seemed that, while he had once had purpose and initiative, now certain forces pushed and controlled him in ways he did not fully comprehend, like Differ pressuring him to take that job in the bank, or these yellow sheets that followed him everywhere, and, of course, Liz. He'd had little to do with that, tongue-tied and fumbling as he was with her. She'd seized command from the get-go, and it was she who had organized his sock drawer and taught him to memorize long strings of numbers, drilling him daily with differing digits till he left the bank rattling off streams of account numbers and personal data into a pocket-sized digital recorder, all of which Liz transcribed into a notebook, never telling him why. Corey decided to follow the yellow sheet's code. Arriving on the 3rd floor, he moved quickly toward the M's in the southwest corner of the building. His fingers trailed along the spines as he moved past the shelves toward the window. M990, M1000, M1010, M1020. He stood close by the window now, overlooking the Sundial Plaza as he laid his hand at last upon the book he sought. Through the window he saw the little-known balcony attached to the physics lab, from which he had watched Liz and John eat lunch outside the library every day last summer. Inevitably his eyes went toward it. There was someone on it now, someone hard to see in dark clothes, someone pointing something. As the shot rang out across the campus, Professor Differ, heading due north from the sundial, strolled calmly on without reaction, his thin lips curving in a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, in a gleaming 18-wheeler southbound on I-95, Liz toyed with the charm at her throat as the afternoon sun gleamed upon it. It was warm again. Differ had sworn it was not radioactive or dangerous. Inside it, he claimed, was a small device developed by MI5 to pick radioactivated locks by transmitting myriad frequencies in virtually every conceivable sequence. So, Liz had dryly opined, it's like a garage door opener. Differ had not been amused. The device had had to be smuggled out of England via eBay, and with Differ's help his contact had designed the casing to appeal especially to Corey, whom Differ knew was obsessed with druids. Liz had been happy enough to steal the amulet from Corey, whom she had never truly cared for, but when the time came to hand it over to Differ, she wasn't so sure. At first it had been fun to run around with a distinguished older man, especially one so brilliant and mysterious, who lived by his own rules. But gradually his talk of alternate dimensions had gotten out of hand. The idea itself was fine, even admirable and intriguing, but of late Differ had begun to rant, literally to froth, about how they all thought he was insane, and no one read his books, and that they sent him maddening scrawls on yellow sheets to warp his brain, but he would show them that alternate dimensions were real. He would just need power. A lot of power. He even claimed to be part of a secret society founded by Isaac Newton to use science and reason to perfect human society by any means necessary. Finally, Liz had found charts and maps whereon he sought to pinpoint old U.S. missile silos in Montana. That's when she hit the road. Much of what she'd embezzled from Corey's bank had gone to Differ's research, but a good deal still remained. Between that and the occasional porno film and recompensed liaison with Japanese businessmen, she had a tidy sum stashed deep in her bag, all in cash. It was risky but untraceable. Never prone to superstition, Liz nevertheless felt it a good omen to have met Derek at the start of her journey. Corey had wrecked her sports car weeks ago, swerving round a squirrel on his way back from the comic book store. When she finally took flight, Liz borrowed a page from her high school days and caught a cab to the truck stop. She'd not expected much, nor did she need it. Prepared for a portly perv with reddened eyes and itchy palms, she'd found a godsend of a man with a grand physique and a kind demeanor. There he stood beside his spotless black Kenworth, trim and toned in brown slacks and vest, his NYS cap pushed back on his head at a generous angle. It was not hard to get a ride. Liz didn't care to wear, but as it turned out, no less a place than Miami, Florida, was Derek's destination. Some time on the sands, Liz thought, would do her no end of good. Now, lulled almost to sleep by the hum of the wheels and the thrum of the engine, and the soft, mellow music on the cab's impressive speakers, Liz was glad for the 15 hours they would need to reach their destination. There was a dependable strength in Derek which she could not fully explain, and she was glad to be beside him. She yawned and stretched. "You're welcome to lay down in the back if you want to," Derek told her, hitching his thumb towards the curtains behind him, through which lay a small compartment called a sleeper, with just enough space for two well-acquainted people to be comfortably cozy. Liz stretched again, arching her back. "What's this music?" she asked. "A guy named Anwar Brahim. Least, I think that's how you say it. He's from Tunisia." "Where is that?" "North Africa." "It's pretty." "I love it," Derek replied with a pause. "I got into Arabic music when I was in the army. I did a lot of things I can't talk about, and I would get mad about a lot of stuff over there." He trailed off, shaking his head at the memories. Liz put her hand on his knee and smiled at him. Derek blushed. "You want some food?" he asked. "Or something to drink? There's a fridge back there and some chips and stuff." Liz undid her seatbelt. "I could go for some chips," she said as she parted the curtains. "There's a gun back there," Derek said suddenly. Liz froze. "I don't mean to scare you, just want you to be safe. It's under the pillows, so be careful. Even inside a rig, it ain't the safest thing in the world sleeping by the roadside. Truckers get killed all the time." "I understand," said Liz. "I'll be careful." Lifting her knees, she crawled into the sleeper compartment behind them. It looked like a room in those beehive hotels she'd so often known in Tokyo. Just enough room to lay down, with a tiny fridge and a shelf or two. The pillows lay behind the driver's side. She'd not been alarmed by Derek's comment. Being Southern-born and bred, Liz had fired countless rounds through sundry guns for years before she ever kissed a boy. Gripping its center, she lifted one pillow. Underneath it lay a Heckler & Koch USP 45 Auto. Liz exhaled contentedly. It was a beautiful pistol. She had no doubt Derek could ably use it, and she herself was far from helpless. She replaced the pillow, spun on one knee, and scanned the shelves, finding the chips. They were baked, not fried. Liz half climbed, half rolled back into her seat, not bothering with the belt. "H&K USP, huh?" Liz asked. "Don't Navy SEALs carry those?" Derek seemed startled and impressed. "Among others," he said with a slight sly grin. "You know, on paper, I never even left America. Officially, my entire military career played out in Hot Springs, Arkansas." His laughter filled the cab, and Liz was much delighted. Here was a man she could trust and respect, not some milksop dungeon master or dirty old man with issues to prove, but a real live man with muscle and brains, integrity and honor, sympathy and self-respect, not to mention a Kenworth and a kick-ass pistol. What was he hauling, by the way? She made a mental note to ask. Right now, though, she seized upon his warming ease, and drew him closely to her, not physically, that is, but as she saw her man relax, she coaxed him further from himself, wanting to know him and to hear his thoughts. He, in turn, drew much from her and thrilled her with his mind. He seemed to have read more books than she could name. In fact, he was a LibriVox junkie who'd crammed his iPod full, thrilled to pass his driving time with such sublime companions. And he truly listened when she spoke, not like Corey, who was always on about his silly stories, or Difer, who spoke of little else beside his theories and his persecution mania. Finally, just outside of Jacksonville, Florida, they rested for the evening in the sleeper, laying close together but not entwined. Derek waxed upon the clear night skies and the desert, and Liz seized this thread of cosmological concepts, hoping to clarify and reinforce her own understanding. Speaking first of black holes, quasars, and quarks, she asked, "Have you ever heard of multiple dimensions and alternate realities?" "You mean the idea that there are infinite possible worlds and that all events in time and space converge in something called a singularity?" "Mm-hmm." She nodded eagerly, nudging closer to him. With a fiendish grin, he snaked an arm around her waist and drew her sharply toward him. "I've got a singularity," he declared. "In my pants." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project, 2007. Chapter 10. Written by Digisage. Recorded by Kara Schallenberg. Her face displays a puzzled reaction. "You have a singularity in your pants? Doesn't that hurt?" No, I mean to say, well," Derek says, looking sheepish. Continuing the charade, Liz asks, "Shouldn't you get that examined by a doctor?" You didn't strike me as this naive from our earlier conversations," Derek states, looking disappointed. "No, I get it. I like you and all, but doing it in the back of a truck with someone I've known for a short while doesn't turn me on very much." Derek asks, "Well, what did you expect when you decided to go hitchhiking with random truckers?" Liz leaves this question unanswered. The fact is that this dirty situation turned her on a great deal, but for some reason she felt that in this particular instance she should not use her sex as a weapon. "You don't have a wife or a girlfriend or anything?" Liz asks. "Actually, I do have a wife, but she went batshit insane and forgot about me. She didn't leave me or anything. She just literally forgot who I was. She forgot about her children, too. Weird." "Wow, that totally sucks. No wonder you want it so bad. I'm guessing your insane wife doesn't put out very much?" Liz asks devilishly. "You guess correctly," Derek replies, with an eager look on his face. "Yeah, well, maybe later, but not now." Liz discovers a new way to use her sex. Temptation. He'll do whatever she wants now. Looking for a change of subject, Liz asks, "So what work did you do for the Navy?" Derek looks offended. "I already told you I can't talk about it. It's not easy keeping this stuff to myself. Please don't tempt me." "Oh, what a bore. Your mysteriousness was really warming me up. Who knows what brawny, manly things you were up to? What do I care about military secrets? I can keep my mouth shut. For the most part." She winks at Derek. More female manipulation. Wow, this is easy. Derek looks less offended and more eager. "Oh, you like brawn?" Liz almost laughs, barely stifling it in time. How can men be this naive? "Oh, yes, I do." Liz overtly looks at the mattress in the back. "It's looking a lot more cozy back there." Derek cuts her off to continue his story. "Yes, well, where to start?" Derek's mood suddenly changes. He looks terrified. Where to begin? There are a lot of things in this world that most people don't know about. Really screwed up things. Things the government hides from people. Not because they want some advantage over other countries or anything like that. Some things they hide for the continuation of public sanity. Liz looks surprised. Everyone's heard of government conspiracies, but I didn't think any of them were ever true. You're telling me they are? No, actually, I've never heard of a conspiracy that was true. The one particular project I worked on has been such a perfectly kept secret that no one in the public has ever heard anything about it. Liz, intrigued, asks, "If it's been so perfectly kept, why are you telling me now? I mean, I really want to hear your story, but it doesn't make sense." Derek, looking gloomy, says, "I'm not happy with the Navy. In fact, I'm furious. There were a lot of promises they made to me in exchange for my service, doing work that no one else would do, and they never made good on those promises. My life is in shambles because of that, and I'm sick of it, so I don't care about their secrets anymore. It'll probably get me killed, but I just don't care anymore." Liz, almost shaking with anticipation, begs him to continue. Derek continues the story. "Right. Screwed up things the military covers up. Lots of things, I'm sure. I only know about the one I dealt with. It turns out that certain people can manipulate the minds of others." Liz stifles another laugh. After all, she's manipulating him right now. Or at least she was. Derek's gloomy feeling spreads over her. "Ow!" Liz screams. Her metal is suddenly burning hot. She takes it off her neck, also burning her hand, and throws it on the floor. "Damn, girl, what happened?" Derek asks, trying to recover the swerving of the truck, after jerking the steering wheel with surprise. "Oh, my necklace irritates my skin sometimes. Some kind of metal allergy. I'm all right now. Please continue." Derek, shaken, continues. "It's like a drug, a highly addictive drug. Once a person realizes they have this power over others, it consumes them, it changes their personality, they become more powerful. Their sanity suffers. The images they put in the heads of other people cause enormous problems, terrifying problems." Derek continues, short of breath. "There have been times when the population of an entire town has gone completely insane, and I spent 10 years dealing with this." Liz, her smug feeling of triumph over men completely gone now, says, "Okay, I can see how this would be a problem, but it still doesn't seem that terrifying. I mean, images can be scary, but so scary that the military needs to prevent it? How exactly does the military prevent it, anyway?" "I'll explain the, prevention later," Derek continues. "It's not scary at first, until they send you to kill these people. The manipulators always see you coming, and they use all their powers to stop you. A normal man wouldn't even notice they were being diverted. However, the military has some extremely powerful drugs that give one a sort of immunity. They must have injected gallons of that stuff into me. The drug isn't perfect, though. It prevents me from being manipulated, but it makes the images scarier. I spent my entire career completely terrified, every minute of the day. I had to take anti-anxiety medication by the bottle, except for when I was on active duty, in which case I had to simply endure. And the worst part is that there were a few manipulators that got away. I got close enough to them for them to notice me, to remember me, and to loathe me, but I didn't manage to kill them. I became their obsession." Liz, starting to catch on to exactly why this is a huge problem, asks, "Why did you do this work for so long?" "It was fun at first, exhilarating. Only after my first few kills did things start to suck. The drug helped less. It always prevented them from manipulating my physical motions, but the images kept leaking through in greater detail. The Navy promised me that a newer, better version of the drug was on its way, but I never saw any of it. That's the first promise they broke. I tried to quit. They wouldn't let me. They said that all of the provisions for the end of my career would be canceled if I didn't finish my 10-year term. I really, really needed those provisions, so I was forced to continue. After 10 years, they totally screwed me over." "What did they promise you?" Liz asks. "They promised protection for me and my family. The manipulators that got away would seek me out for as long as they lived. They promised that once I was done, I would have a safe place to live, guarded by all kinds of technology to keep the manipulators from even knowing I existed. They promised they'd fake my death and erase my name from history. In the end, they didn't even pay me. After 10 years' work, I had about $1,000 in savings, and no skills or experience that could be applied to a non-military career, not even counting the fact that I couldn't tell anyone about it. Liz, really feeling sorry for this guy now, asks, "How are you dealing with all this now?" Derek, looking almost suicidally depressed now, replies, "I was doing okay for a while, until they found my wife. The government saw it coming and tried to prevent the manipulator from getting to her. Their method of prevention was far more barbaric than what they had me do in the past. Also, it didn't work." "How did they try to stop the manipulator?" Liz asks, shaken. "A nuclear bomb, dropped from a plane. Once you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, or so they say. They accidentally dropped it a few miles off target. It landed in a lake and did barely any damage when it went off. So yeah, I'm pretty fucked up. First my ex-employer tries to nuke my wife, and then a manipulator drives her nuts, and she forgets about her family. And I think the manipulator knows I'm alive, having read it from my wife's mind before she went nuts." Liz, totally blown away by this, has one burning question remaining. "What exactly was your method of prevention?" Derek, really not wanting to admit to this, answers, "You can't just shoot these people. Whatever it is in their minds that gives them this power can spread to other people once they're dead, in which case the whole purpose of killing them is defeated. The military discovered how to prevent this after many hours of torturous testing on less dangerous manipulators. They gave me a plastic bottle of sulfuric acid. I have to pour it on the manipulator's eyes, and wait until the eyes are gone." Liz almost vomits. Derek can see her reaction and tries to calm her. He puts his hand on her leg. "This is really why I don't want to tell anyone about this. I'm sorry to have done this to you. No one should have to carry this burden. And now you know how dangerous the world is. There are still a lot of manipulators out there. They're getting stronger, and breeding." Liz doesn't know what to say. The next few hours are completely silent, until they both hear a police siren. Derek looks in his rear-view mirror and sees a police car, lights flashing. Derek pulls over to the side of the road. The cop walks over to the truck, asks Derek to get out. Derek wasn't speeding, and he's positive all the lights on his truck are operational. Why did the cop pull me over? The cop looks Derek right in the eyes and says, "We know," and walks away. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project, 2007. Chapter 11, written and recorded by Chris Hughes. Derek watches the trooper's taillights slide away into the night, into the far distance, before finally releasing the air brakes. With a shudder, the big machine heaves off, rolling up the gravel shoulder and back onto the interstate. Liz tries not to watch the road, the steady line, the headlights spilling into the unforeseen future. She tries to avert her gaze from the beating reflectors, tries to ignore the thrumming pavement, the warm heat blowing up from the floor. She looks at the dash, reads all the dials and nods, turns her head to the window to look at shadows and silhouettes, the smudged light of a farmhouse, a train in the distance like a shooting star, and blinks. She stretches her arm, flexes her shoulders, squints hard to moisten her eyes. She leans, she presses her face against the cold glass, but inexorably drifts into warm comfort, drifts off to sleep. When Liz wakes, they are at a rest area, parked away from the lighted shelter, shelved with the other rigs, engines running lights soft and orange and curved along the parking lot like a small coastal village. Derek's absence from the driver's seat is betrayed by the sound of soft snoring coming from the cabin and back. His NYS cap hangs from the wheel like a saddle slung from a rail. Liz clicks open the door, lets herself down, checks the duffel at her side, and presses the door closed rather than slamming it. She crosses the pavement, powdery soft with frost, and enters the blinking bright shelter building. Inside, a man studies a map. A woman with a blonde bob stoops at his side, helping a young boy drink from a can of orange soda. Liz hesitates at the trooper in full uniform, but he's older, grandfatherly, and only serving coffee in white styrofoam cups from a large dull silver coffee urn. Around him is a semicircular array of well-meaning public service pamphlets earnestly telling us what we already know. Leaning over cold ceramic and icy sink water that numbs her fingers, Liz tries to avoid the gaze of the mirror, the red-rimmed eyes, the oily red hair. How long has it been since she's eaten? She pulls out her cell and wonders how many plot devices its invention must have ruined, but not this one, since she can find no signal. Okay, she thinks, an option of one, back to the lunatic in the truck. At least she's stacking up the miles. Back in the cab, it sounds like someone's dropped a spoon in the garbage disposal. Liz waits for the sugar rush of vended goods. Derek stirs and the garbage disposal noise turns softer, broccoli maybe, or Brussels sprouts, and then stops. Throat clearing and rustling follow. His head pops out of the curtain, and for a moment he could be a squirrel. Long hair come loose from his ponytail, cheeks and eyes puffy with sleep, swiveling left, swiveling right. Perhaps just a hint of a nose wiggle, testing the breeze. "Mornin', sugar," he says. "That it is," she tells him. He bolts out of the sleeper and plops into the driver's seat, a shaving kit in his lap. He tells her, slapping both hands down on his denim-clad thighs. "Right," she says. "Don't go anywhere I wouldn't go," he says, and winks and climbs down and out of view. Liz climbs back in the sleeper. She looks in the fridge. Open can of beans covered with plastic wrap, a few slices of ashen lunch meat, and a bag of carrots. She turns and looks under the stained pillows at stained sheets. She opens and closes all of the cabinets, feels under the foam mattress, finding some magazines of a certain nature, tosses the tangled blankets around, spilling out handfuls of wadded-up socks. She looks up at the ceiling liner for any other hiding places, but it appears like most ceiling liners, intact. Back in the passenger seat, she looks in the glove box, feels down into the slot for the logbook, and under both seats, but comes up with nothing more than some peanut shells, a cellophane wrapper, and the carefully crafted device she'd carelessly lobbed at the floor. Carefully crafted, worth likely figured in percentages of GNP, obviously precious to someone, perhaps even someone precious to her, unless, perhaps, once anyway, quite a few perhapses ago, too many perhapses for pondering, life had been nothing but wavering, churning perhapses since its appearance. A crystalline choice, then, finally another option of one. Simplify, simplify, simplify. She pops off the vent cover and down into the hot rushing air of the big rig's heating and ventilation unit skitters the absurd amulet. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Enough with boys and their troublesome toys. By the time Derek exits the shelter building, dawn glow has begun to seep over and around the black trees. Elizabeth watches him turn from silhouette into solid object and back to silhouette as he passes through cones of icy xenon light. She watches his flannel shirt flap, watches for a spark of gunmetal, for a telltale bulge, his pockets, his back waistband. When he tosses the shaving kit between them on the seat, furtively she feels 2 aerosol cylinders, a probable bar of soap, various widgets and gadgetry, but nothing solid, nothing hand-fitted, or hefty and dangerous. And so her quarry, a mouse in her house of simplification, remains stubbornly AWOL. "Ready to roll, ma'am?" he says, levering into gear, the truck hissing loose from its overnight moorings. "Sure am," she tells him. "You don't mind dining on the road, do you? If we keep our pace, we can be in Jackson by nightfall." Jackson. No, she tells him. "On the road is fine. Drive-thrus, frozen burritos, whatever you got," she tells him. Jackson. Jackson sounds fine, she adds. Jackson, he tells her. Look out, Jackson, here we come. And with a grunt, the big rig starts coming up to speed. Miles pass by. Hours drizzle away. The sun coming up cold and hard behind them, casting shadows on the blue hood and the road. The interstate green highway signs. Live Oak, Tallahassee, Alpha, Mobile, little naps broken into little pieces. Pleasantly uneventful conversation. His niece and nephew, his beloved Red Sox, the taste of fresh squid on the pier in Monterey. Fragments, disjointed, all balled up and rolling on. Breakfast is on a wet picnic table at a Chick-fil-A. The Freightliner parked at the Sunoco across the road where it will fit. They hit a warm hissing rain on the outskirts of somewhere, some burg tucked into suddenly rising hills. Chattanooga, welcome to Chattanooga. The sun has softened, yellowed, and when Derek opens the cabin door to climb down and fill up, it momentarily feels like the aftermath of a late summer thunderstorm. Simplify. Stacking up the miles, space and muffled distance. Elizabeth startled momentarily, startled when he taps on the glass, startled at his bright face in the window, by the short cropped hair on his head, soft and downy. Derek hanging on the side mirror, denim shirt speckling with raindrops. Miss Liza, he tells her, Miss Liza, you should come on out here. It's real pretty and real warm. Pretty and warm. Picturesque. Pretty and warm and picturesque sounds good. Sounds simple. And it is, more or less, neglecting exurbia, neglecting the throwaway structures, the noisy, exhausted highway. The mountains loom over the Texaco, throwing the orange truck and Derek and herself into gloomy shadows. Sure wish my missus could see this, he tells her. Worst part of over the road, all the stuff I've seen. And he's right. The piquant diesel vapors pinching the senses, murky mountain shadow framing the distant scene, all of it like a postcard. Wish you were here. Who wouldn't want to be in the distance there, down through that valley, filled with the moist goldenrod sunlight? The scenes pass on, life through a screen, tangled, messy, the slide carousel inverted, cardboard frames that have to be held up to the light to make out the depiction and the depicted. Galveston dead ahead, forest green Peterbilt, haggard in a suede jacket, sleet, Liz. Dinosaured Sinclair, his ex-wife, used international, Derek's daughter, fresh-faced, Eliza, Terre Haute next left, Flying J. Mustachioed, frontage road exit only, Cotton Oxford, Tulsa by Sunset, Salt Spreaders, E. Timeshare at Lake Havasu, Betty, Franklin, Lady, Comb-Over, Vinyl Windbreaker. Hauling fish on the eastern seaboard, flat-faced white Volvo, Sugar again, McKenna. My boys, his boys, Derek's boys, Grand Rapids next right. My teenager, BP, Charlotte Bypass, swimming, Poplar Bluff downtown. Always been a Ford man. Down vest. Lonely old man, always a lonely old man. Buffalo Arena, 3/4 mile ahead. Watertown, Utica, $1.25 per axle. Barnstable by nightfall. Calamitous, crazy day, and when Elizabeth climbs down out of the black Sterling Actera with its spacey chrome tank at the Knotty Pine, she has to put both hands down, palm flat, on the gravel lot. Derek helps her to her feet, helps her to slide the bangled key into the rusty lock of cottage 12B, helps her draw the curtain closed and onto the springless, lifeless mattress. When Elizabeth wakes, the room is still mostly dark, lit only by bathroom lights spilling onto the suite's carpet. Her well-meaning husband, screaming down the street indeed, has slept fitfully and lays, father of her children, uncovered, tucked into a ball. Elizabeth pulls the blankets, considers taking them with her for her troubles. Lying, protective bastard. Deny their children, indeed. But instead lays them over him, gently, softly. She quietly slips her clothes from their hangers and goes into the dressing room with its cold marble floor and his and her closets. She dresses in a powder blue running suit, runs her fingers through her closely cropped hair, looks for any of her 35 years and her face in the mirror. They must be there, and more, one could easily believe. She slips the car keys from the pocket of his pants, folded over a chair, checks his wallet to make sure he's brought enough cash and credit cards to get back to New York. Considers leaving a note on resort stationery, but what would she say? See you later? I still love you, Derek. That she needs to figure this out without pills or anything else they can conjure up? Thanks for the relaxing rest and lovely vacation after my release. That she appreciates the concern and help, but that if he, miserable scumbag that he is, ever tries to have her committed to a psych hospital again, she'll... No. Better no note. She kisses him on his damp forehead, takes a last deep breath of his slightly sour but familiar smell, and picks up her suitcase. And so she starts in, living from her car in the envelope of rainy day money that it seems like she's had her whole life. She casts her nets wide. An occasional mom-and-pop roadside motel for a shower, and a chance to study the theses and dissertations she's lifted from deserted university archives, or the texts from her various correspondence courses, an occasional small-town library or coffee shop or highway rest stop for an internet connection, and conference schedules and seminar announcements and self-published magazine subscriptions and mail-order guides for creating new documented identities or building a time radio or assembling a device for out-of-body viewing with parts from Radio Shack. She has post office boxes and post offices scattered up and down the coast, at which she stops intermittently to retrieve her haul, and at which she sometimes uncomfortably sees her picture tacked to a bulletin board, her face in faded inkjet ink under the 30-point type, Beloved Mother, and below, Last Seen. She intermittently deposits her haul in one of her 2 rented self-storage units in Massachusetts and New Jersey. She will try it all, up and down the coast from Bar Harbor to Cape May, every boardwalk psychic, tarot card reader, and spiritualist that's thought to set out a neon shingle. She networks. She collects business cards and names and addresses and phone numbers on sticky post-it notes. She subscribes through her assumed names and P.O. Box hometowns to 79 different magazines and newsletters, from the slick British UFO journals to single-sheet, single-spaced, double-sided newsletters advertised under such headings as Paul's Unknown Mysteries of the Universe. Yearly subscription, $6. Self-addressed stamped envelope to P.O. Box 1232. To dry pseudo-profound quarterlies like Ad Nauseum. She's joined the Rosicrucians. She's traveled throughout the interior, hotels, universities, civic centers, shopping malls, YMCAs, any gathering she gets wind of, lectures on string theory and superstring theory and hyperstring theory, brain world and folded dimensions and Casimir effects, and the Calabi-Yau manifold, support groups for persons believing they've seen aliens, or been abducted by aliens, or are aliens. Sometimes it's time travel, and the desperately sincere devotees speak in hushed, reverential tones of the traveler they personally know, and their instructions for attaining a better life while saving the world. Even if the subject matter doesn't pertain, or it's obvious the only secret the sponsor knows is the transmogrification of gullibility into cold hard cash, she goes. She drinks their thin, scalding coffee, eats their packaged cookies, sits on the hard metal fold-out chairs. Perhaps, she thinks, perhaps one of the other attendees, perhaps she'll meet someone like her. Of all these people, there must be at least one other trying to make sense, who is living the same slippery life, or, at the bare, desperate minimum, is ready to admit to the possibility of such a life. But after months and months of this, of narrowing leads and winnowing the fields, after speaking with the shy grandmothers, the hippies, the beer-bellied vets with authentic tinfoil hats, tiny spectacled men with allusions to former lives at Langley, all the nuts, the whack jobs, the burnouts and the dreamers, the gullible and the out-and-out psychotic, all the believers, she's left with one more and more imperturbable, unshakable, unmistakable conclusion. Derek was right. She must be nuts. So, down to one crystalline conclusion, and Occam would be proud. Simplify, 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 and simplify she had. Liz checks into the same Nantasket beach resort where she'd left Derek sleeping fitfully 12 months and 20,000 miles before. She needs to steel herself for the one final heartbreaking circuit, to close the P.O. boxes, to empty out the storage units, and then she'd head home. Home to New York, and whatever hospitalization and concerned professionals that might entail. But even with this crystalline conclusion, she sleeps a fitful sleep. The dreams, lucid and semi-lucid, keep coming. Mushroom clouds, bullet trains, women in red, women in costume, women tied to chairs with duct-taped mouths, semi-trucks with mottled, morphing drivers that just won't shut up, a high-rise inferno, her naked in a field of blue tulips, on a beach under a yellow moon. More than once she awakens believing some dark figure stands at the foot of her bed. Perhaps one night is not going to be enough. Perhaps this is what it's all going to be like from now on. Perhaps she should just get up to clear her head, perhaps a drive, and she can try again. With this last thought, she rises and goes into the bathroom to dress. Looking into the mirror, she must admit this year of living dubiously, has been good for her. Her hair has grown long and drapes over her bare shoulders. In spite of the restless sleep, her face is unlined, her eyes clear and bright Aegean blue. She's lost weight, her muscles toned, and she's become an expert and semi-expert in dozens of subjects, both legitimate and some not so clear. Classical and modern physics, of course, but also the ins and outs of the Novikov self-consistency principle, Everett and Deutsch's work on the many worlds theory, quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement, and Tipler cylinders, and religion, spirituality, psychology, and other belief systems, meditation, psychonautics, and the tryptamine family of semi-synthetic substances, the design and manufacture of microelectronics, pharmacopsychology and neuroscience, reduplicative paramnesia and the Cotard delusion, evolution and neurotheology, metaman, metaverses, and mutation, DSM-4, brain chemistry and neurohormone secretion, the amygdala, residence of memory, Alzheimer's, Lyme, Parkinson's, and Morgellons disease, syphilis, epilepsy, and dystonia, and most poignantly, Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Even if she hasn't found the answer, she's located herself, and is well armed to take on anything man-made society can throw at her. Even though the night is cool, she drives with the windows down to listen to the urgent surf, the wind whipping the seagrass. Just detectable above the crisp air, the comforting salty smell of the ocean. She drives through the empty off-season parking lots, down by the deserted boardwalk, down by the empty beach, finally turning onto a narrow road, winter dunes encroaching and occasionally covering the pavement. The road was marked private drive, but the beach houses are dim and vacant. Doesn't matter if some wandering patrol car should come across her now. The road winds and twists, and with the dunes on either side obscuring her vision, she's probably driving faster than she should, but it's just her out here, and only soft sand on either side. She rounds a bend and bang in the middle, startled in her headlights, is the tallest man she's ever seen. Again. The tallest man she's ever seen, from the wild, wind-blown hair to the enormous Adam's apple, like he swallowed a pizza box on end, glows in the headlamps, positively luminous, and looks rightfully horrified. And bang, the tallest man she's ever seen again is coming over the hood and tumbling onto her windshield, and she, rightfully so, is skidding to a gritty stop. She's seen this tallest man, now blinking his eyes at her through the windshield, before. He sat in the back row at the lecture on the Bourne Rule just this afternoon, up in Peabody. A few weeks before, she ran into him at the refreshment table after an out-of-body support group meeting over in Woonsocket. Till now, he's kept to himself, and she's not been able to speak to him. "Hello?" she asks. He tells her, sprawled across the car hood, face pressed against the glass. "Hello? You all right?" she asks. "Uh-huh," he slowly says, and then, "Give me a moment," and "Just a moment, please," and then, "Hi." "Hi," she tells him. "Are you okay?" "I don't know," he says. "Am I?" "Are you bleeding?" "I don't think so." "You're awake, that's positive. Everything looks to be at the correct angles." "Mm-hmm," he says, and lifts his head. "Maybe you shouldn't move," she tells him. "Perhaps," he says. "But how will I know?" he asks. "Okay," she tells him, and then, "But if anything hurts, starts to hurt, worse, you know, lay back down, okay?" "Cell phone?" "Yeah, okay." And he comes up on all fours. No cell phone. It's philosophical," he tells her, crawling down off of the hood. "A choice. I prefer my own distractions to those of others." Finally, raising up to his own height, he puts his hands on his hips and stretches backward and forward and side to side, and then looks at her from bottom to top. "I know you," he tells her. "Mm-hmm," she tells him. "Where do I know you from? You're not a neighbor." No, I'm not." "This is a private road, you know." "Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Terribly sorry." "It's the middle of the night, you know." "Yeah, terribly, terribly sorry. Really, you have no idea," she tells him. And then, "Can I take you somewhere? Home? The hospital? Were you out here on foot? Where's your car?" "I could have been killed. The probability was not insignificant, you realize," he tells her. "Where do I know you from?" "Around, I suppose. I've been around." "So, lift?" "No. You've been around, perhaps, but around's not, you know, my scene." "How about a seat in the car? Get your bearings." "My bearings are fine. Never been better." "Yeah, okay. A seat in the car," he tells her. "Okay, great," she tells him. "A seat is likely in order," he says. He tells her. "You've been around. You've been driving like a madwoman up a dark, deserted, off-season private beach road." "Yeah," she tells him. "A madwoman. That's me." "You're out running down strangers in the middle of the night with your windows down on a somewhat intemperate, I might call it, intemperate windy night. To what do I owe this pleasure?" "Just, you know, driving." "Just driving," he tells her. "Couldn't sleep?" he adds. "No, couldn't sleep. Aiming for a reboot." Reboot. "You?" "Me? Me what? I was minding my own business is what," he tells her, and after a pause, "I was looking for my dog, actually. She runs off. She loves me, loves the house, loves her bed, but, she runs off." "Your dog?" "Yeah. I think my ex-wife put her up to it." "Yeah?" "Yeah, so she could tell people I was out looking for her. A lot of work went into it, my wife's humor, I mean, carefully planned, plotted, and constructed. She was a follower of the neo-constructionist school of gags. Gags. Yeah, she named the dog Epiphany, just so she could say to people, and I've heard her do this, on the phone, at the door. Hell, she's probably written it in an email. Don's looking for an epiphany. Or the professor's out seeking an epiphany. Funny. I don't think it works. Those two little letters, A and N, kind of mess it all up, don't you think? Throw it off kilter. She could have went with himself, or religion, or reason, or even later, his dignity. Now that would have been funny, he laughs. And she was an expert on possessive pronouns, he laughs again. Of course, now it would just be silly, I suppose. What would I say to you? I'm looking for his dignity? A joke with a too narrow perspective, and apparently an expiration date, don't you think? Pie, he wants to know. Pie, Elizabeth says. A lift, you wanted to know, he tells her. So pie? A lift to a diner? Over in Cohasset. All night, great cherry, he tells her, and pointing to his face. I think this is going to be black and blue before the night is out, so consider it the steel hand of Hammurabian justice, an eye for a pie. Okay, pie, she says, and puts the car in gear. And don't worry, he tells her. The local constabulary hang out at the other diner. Constabulary? She says. Yeah, cops. You're running from something. A twitchy, bat-out-of-hell madwoman. I don't know. Maybe cops. No, well, I'm not asking. I don't want to know. Keep your own distractions and such, you know, he tells her. Husband, perhaps. Ex-husband? Maybe all of them. Aha! Wave function collapse in the Copenhagen interpretation lecture. That's it. No, wait. 4th row, 3rd seat from the left. Susan Clancy's talk. He adds. You have been around. Yep, told you. I recognized you from the start. You know who I am? No, I mean when I went around the bend, in the headlights, my first thought, I know that guy, and bang. He tells her. Thump, she says, and shakes her head. I don't know you. I've just seen you around, I think, at some of these things I go to. It's sometimes hard to say. Oh, she says. Don't worry about Epiphany. She'll come home. She can get in through the downstairs. Just one of my own distractions. Searching for her, I should say. A reasonable excuse for wandering. Reasonable excuse? She wants to know. Sure, insufficient, reasonable excuses and it all goes to shambles, don't you think? You lose causality, and then you start thinking you can do anything. You're a strange man. What was it, Don? That's right, Don. And you are? Other than a strange woman, I mean. Well, that's the $360 billion question, isn't it? She tells him. The tallest man she's ever seen holds his cup of coffee, wrapped in 2 enormous hands, up to his chin, and blows across it. He studies her like this, over the rim, as it were, and says, It's him. Or you think it is. Pardon, she says. That's what you're pursuing, or what's chasing you. You think it's your husband, your marriage. You're losing yourself in intellectual pursuits, maybe hoping to meet someone. You're presumptive. Perhaps. It's a long, confused story. And the coffee is bottomless. Well, you've got it wrong. It's not unheard of. You'd be surprised how much progress one can make by going ahead and being wrong. It makes no sense. Little does, he tells her. Even the stuff we think we know, it's just shiny edges. Just enough to grab onto, lift it into the air, and call it ours. If I could tell this story, she says, and takes a sip of coffee, if I could tell this story, I wouldn't have a problem. Or at least no one would think I did. Suppose that's something else I have to look forward to. Trying to tell this story in a professional setting. A husband doesn't understand you. How could he? I don't understand me. He means well. Maybe that's enough. It's a lot, he tells her. Never underestimate meaning. Ha, she tells him, meaning, and another swallow of scalding coffee. Start at the beginning, he says. I'm not sure there is one, or which one. The middle, then. Christen it your beginning and go. We could have the waitress bring a bottle of champagne. For smashing, I mean. And smiles. I have these, I guess episodes is the parlance, but it's not. That's their term. Me, I don't have a term. Episodes? No, not episodes. They think I might be sick. Sick? Sick as in not well, not normal as in abnormal. The last time I tried to tell this story, they tried to lock me up. Who? Liz sighs. My well-meaning bastard husband. I thought he knew I was as is. That's the agreement, right? As is, as was, as forever will be. I thought if anyone could help me keep track, it would be... And another sip of coffee. Ah, so you are a mad woman then. And a fork of pie. Seizures? Paul on the road to Tarsus? Premonitions? Dreams? He actually told them I went running, screaming down the street like some crazy person. I don't feel like a crazy person. No, and no. Hard to say. Seizures, episodes, even dreams imply the passage of time, right? But these are instants. In the middle of chopping onions, they linger. In my head, but I'm still there chopping onions. I've never left. No one would even know if I hadn't mentioned it. No one explained absences. Those were fiction. What's he gonna tell them? She tells crazy stories? The unintended consequences of intimacy. And some people want to read minds. I've met a few. He told them I denied our children. They're like memories and a bite of pie. You're right, this is good, she tells him. But they're not. False memories? Who knows? No, not memories. I mean, in memories you're always younger, right? Memories imply past. But that is how I experience these, like memories, but without implication of past. Some are, don't get me wrong. Set in the past, I mean. I'm a student, I'm a little girl. And in others you're older? Right. Older, wiser, seemingly, but someone else. Someone I'm not. Someone I don't think I could be. From here, I mean. I don't see how this person, enjoying her pie and coffee, and another bite of pie, could become that person. I don't know. Running through Potsdamer Platz in Berlin. I see. Or eating a strange meal in a Shinjuku high-rise with vivid snow falling past the windows. It's like I've lived from both ends at once. I see, he tells her. The same people, in and out, real people. I've known some of them my whole life. Derek, that's my husband, shows up, but he's not. Just a mess, really. Non-linear pastiche of my imagined lives. You know, what we need here is a chinchilla. And he laughs. Never mind, something I read once. And he laughs again. So like dreams, then? No, I asked myself that at first. Was I just narcoleptic? But dreams are, no matter how clearly remembered, their beginnings are fuzzy, their endings abrupt. If I let myself, she tells him, I think I could, if I worked at it, go forward or backward from any of them, and would all be there. Have you tried? Maybe they hook up. You know, rewind, fast forward, rewind. See if you're on the same reel. Maybe you're not. They're a little frightening to hold on to. I mean, it feels like walking down steps, and if you start thinking about walking down steps, well, you know where that leads, falling through space, and that's the last thing I need. What do you mean not? Just a thought. Have you heard of coffee? The waitress wants to know. How was the pie? Just a top-up then? She tells them, and begins pouring, splashing on the formica top. Whoopsie. It's okay, I won't charge you for that, she tells them, and spins away, jabbering. There's something else, Elizabeth tells him. Something that really gives me doubts. This is my shakiest, okay, so don't run away now. Thanks for everything if you do. You've been great. And walk, he tells her, on a dark night like tonight? Sounds dangerous. I could be run over. Yeah, okay. Well, sometimes, Don, chopping onions, say, I'll have, like, dirt under my nails. I'm chopping onions. I'm wandering in Montana. I'm running from a bomb. I'm hanging from a cliff. I'm chopping onions. I have dirt under my nails. Now I'm chopping onions, right? What would I be doing chopping onions with dirt under my nails, Don? Can you tell me that? Certifiable, right? Huh, he tells her. You don't say. And he grins. And the legal pads, the disappearing legal pads, she says. Elizabeth, Don says. We know, she explains. Well, I wish someone would bloody well tell me then. Elizabeth, Don asks, and grabs her shaking hands. Do you have a passport? Huh? Passport? She blinks. Well, I have a passport. Okay then, let's get it. There is someone who wants to meet you. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007, Chapter 12, written and recorded by Kristen Hughes. You have the information. Take care of yourself. Wish I could go with, but classes won't teach themselves, despite what some professors think. But how? Information, indeed. He'll find you. But he's been waiting. Waiting for me? Why? How? Answers aren't mine to give. Just have to be patient. Patient, indeed. Now promise you'll come back and see me. I did, and would keep that promise, though who knew when that would be. It began again. So many arrivals, so many departures, so many arrivals and departures that she wasn't even jet-lagged, time and geography left behind. I remember that. I am living that. But now, I do feel jet-lagged. Yes, too many arrivals and departures, too many me's for sanity. Beth, Betsy, Liz, Liza, Betty? Elizabeth, me. I'm not certain what is real any more. Not entirely, though some things feel like memory rather than something other. My mind seems to be failing me at times, but my senses, so acute, tell me I know. My mother called me Beth. That was real. I was married. I even had a family once. Once? Yes, I think only once. But where has it gone? Where is my Derek? Not the delusional or the polyamorous or the betrayer or the bastard who tried to have me committed. Is that what he became without me? What I made him? I wish the tornado swirling round me would set me down in Kansas or some equally dull place and... Dull. Yes, that's what I want. Dull, boring, mundane, excruciatingly uneventful life. I'm not sure I care what or why any more. Just let it stop. My thoughts as I descend into exhausted oblivion. I wake. Where? Here. Always here. Always where I am, but somehow from a dream into a dream. Life blurry, unfocused, slightly unreal. The shadow at the edge of vision. Was it there? Just a shadow? Or a thing of substance, just beyond my reality? Questions, questions, questions. Too many. Too many frustrations, always moving and asking until my body rebels and I am forced to stop. like a ship on the ocean tossed by storms, but proudly still bestriding the high waves and holding on its course. I read that somewhere once. Byron, I think. And no matter how much my head and heart and body rebel, I will hold my course. At least this stop hasn't been entirely unproductive. I met a man. No, nothing like that. He was grandfatherly, grey and faded, with ancient eyes that held an eternity of pain and grief, loss and tragedy, and yes, mingled with that, love. Such a warm and joyful man. Pity what happened. I should have liked to have known him longer. Was it Cairo or Calcutta? Perhaps Crete? I'm almost sure it started with a C. My apologies, I can't tell you where it happened. I don't know myself. Though it's of little consequence. The place is not the key. I do know it was a cafe. I was drinking sludge masquerading as coffee. Don't get me wrong, I'm quite fond of the sludge. But I have things yet to learn. My patience and self-control are underdeveloped for sludge drinking. One must stop in time unless one is fond of chewing, but stop too soon and risk wasting a not insignificant percentage of the drink. Such small cups. But let me return to my gentleman. For a gentleman he was, and there are few enough I've met who truly merit the description. He was a rescuer of stranded travellers. Kind words, lively conversation. I watch him for a time before his companions depart and his focus turns to me. "I know you," he said, dragging a chair to my lonely table. "Do you?" I did not know this man. There were no remembrances, not the slightest flicker of feeling. But little surprises me any more, and I felt no discomfort at his statement. "Yes. May I sit?" He waved his hand at the chair he had supplied. "Please do." "You will not ask me how I know you. It is enough for now that I know. Tell me how you are, and what you have been doing to find your answers." "My answers?" "We all seek. Some find, some do not. It is in the manner of seeking. Now, you are running, yes? Away or towards?" "Towards, I suppose. It's not running for the sake of it, not any more. I'm searching, as you said, for answers. Running is running, it wears on the soul. The manner of running is not important. I ran once like you, but now I have found peace." "How?" "I cannot answer that. The process is unique." "But you—" I started, wondering if we were talking about the same thing. He seemed to know, to understand. Did he, or was he only a cryptic, confused old man? But his manner of conversation was so altered from what I had heard only a few minutes earlier. No talk of fishing and food and the beauties of the island. Island? Perhaps it was Crete. I would simply ask him. It could do no harm. "You know what is happening to me? You've experienced it, haven't you? The whirling chaos, new places, new lives." "You create your chaos. It does not rule you. Choose your reality, Elizabeth." He invited me to stay with him. I didn't hesitate, as it was the wrong time of year, and the few hotels in this quiet corner of the world had closed for the season. Somehow I trusted him. Familiarity spread in me with a rapidity that made me wonder. Had I known this man before? I think I must have stayed there some weeks, perhaps months. At least that is how I remember it. He spoke little of the past as it related to his life. Mostly he talked of the present, the now, the moment. He enchanted the mundane. We cooked together. He taught me. We walked by the sea and in the hills. It was a comfortable life. I would have been glad to continue like this, but I knew in the beginning it wouldn't last. And this time it wasn't because of me. He was ill. I would stay as long as I could, as long as I was allowed. I couldn't bear for him to be alone now. We continued our first conversation now and then, but it always ended the same. He insisted the answer was not to be found by running. But how could I stop? It wasn't by choice I lived my life in this manner. His answer? You must stop. Think now, why do you run? To protect those around me. I tried to have a normal life. Once, I think I did. Did I stop, or was it only memories bleeding like spilt wine on a tablecloth? How long have you been experiencing these shifts? Shifts, a memory stirred. Somewhere, some time I had talked of shifts. With whom I could not recall. I don't know. Does it matter? All the crossing and recrossing, it could be a week or a lifetime. How old do I look? Older than you should, older than you are, just as I am older than I should be. I asked how old he was, but he would say no more. The conversation had tired him. As the days passed, he spoke less and less. Often he seemed to be drifting in daydreams, then suddenly starting, would say something inexplicable. I became his nurse. I cared for him. It seemed right, natural, as if all my life I knew it would come to this. He was fading fast. It troubled me I couldn't remember, couldn't draw him from the myriad cast of players who had contributed to my life's work. And he wouldn't say. He asked me to call him Kyros. A Greek name, but the man was not. Certainly an American, one who has lived abroad for so long as to forget. His life, his culture, even his language existed in an in-between place, blurry, and not quite either-or. My Elizabeth died. I died. I will die again and again. If you believe in prayer, then pray you never enter a reality where you are dead. It's not healthy. None of this is, but that. That is particularly destructive. His fingers bit into my arm. Such strength, such pain from one so frail. You're not dead. I'm here. I'm Elizabeth. You are not my Elizabeth. No, she is dead. And so am I. No. I soon shall be. Old before time, and after. I must go. Your light still glows lovely, but do not burn so brightly, Elizabeth. I did, and will not last the night. Kyros. The name sounded wrong. Look behind the bureau. I held him for a moment. Then he was gone. My grief would have to wait. The bureau. I slid it away from the wall, examined the back. Nothing. The wall. Yes, it had been painted over, but I could see a faint square outline. A butter knife was sufficient to chisel away the paint and patched plaster. I removed the square and thrust my hand into the hollow. A book. No, nothing so simple. It was no ordinary book from a modern publisher. It was not old, yet hand-bound and so beautiful. The title etched on the cover read, "The Blue Tulip." A flash of memory. I had held this before. On closer examination, a yellow slip of paper fluttered onto my lap. Maddening, frustrating, intolerable yet expected. The words, "We know." I was about to throw the paper to the floor when I noticed in faded pencil, M1020.B7706, printed near the bottom. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project, 2007, Chapter 13, written and recorded by Smokey B. M1020.B7706. It seemed certainly to be a call number of some sort, but Liz was unsure how such things worked. Would it be the same book in every library, or did that change according to inventory? Surely she would soon seek and see, but it mattered less than the book she held already. It was not large, with perhaps an inch's width of thick gilt-edged pages, bound in a sparkling red leather. Inside, each word was carefully printed, by hand, in a script which caused Liz a burst of ebullient sorrow. One might gauchily compare it to the burst of a boil. The pain was intense, but tinged with a relief, and with a hope that the hurt would soon heal. She knew that graceful, sinuous script, which bespoke the strength of its author, bespoke a depth and patience learned of failure and pain, and mad, ravening joy, and eventual peace. Was it, Liz wondered, the hand of the man now passed on behind her? If so, the book must be nearly as old as Liz herself, for decades had passed since his frail fingers might have worked such wonders. Inside once again was the title, atop a charming sketch of its namesake, and beneath that the words, "For Your Birthday." Tears sprang to her eyes as she read this inscription, and she thrust her arms out so they'd not splash the book. She knew this book. It had been very dear to her. A wrenching sob of sorrow and ecstasy welled up within her, and with it a flood of relief. This book was a corner piece in her puzzle. Turning the title page, she beheld 2 even columns of verse upon page 2, and knew that the whole of the book was thusly emblazoned. Upon it she read these words: "Aeons ago, in the land of Hokkaido, which was pestered by crime as fleas pester Fido." A perfectly dreadful beginning, Liz thought happily to herself, a great joy looming inside her. "The king loosed his tongue in a raging invective, dismayed that his lawmen were so ineffective. Oh, curse all these brigands, they suck the state's blood, and chew up our moneys as cows chew up cud. These outlaws and robbers, they pillage at will, fat purses and coffers they easily fill. The best of my warriors must stay at the war, to keep the troll demons away from our door. And those that remain are callow or bumbling, and into confusion all ways they are stumbling. And though the blue tulip, that strange vigilante, does all that he can, a single man can't be, in 2 spots at once, and much less in 20, though he have muscles and sword skills aplenty, or 50, or 60, or 802, and that is exactly what he'd have to do, to stop all the footpads and robbers and vice, bedeviling this nation which once was so nice." Enraptured, Liz slowly backed up, reading all the while, and sat upon the bed. A morbid thing to do, perhaps, given the man expired upon it, but Liz was enthralled. She had read this book many times before. And having said so, he shook his head sadly. The pain of his reign had worn on him badly. Now strode he away, his spirit nigh broken, not knowing the hero of whom he had spoken was in the next room, well honing her blade, and well scrutinizing the plan she had made, to comfort her father and ease his great grief, to scatter the villains by slaying their chief. Widely he was known, but strongly protected, for he'd seized a keep that long lay neglected, high up in the mountains that scraped at the sky, wherein those who ventured were surely to die, for ravenous ogres and venomous worms had with the banditti reached amiable terms. They tore up and trampled and oft masticated all those in the peaks who snooped and invaded. The king kenned not at all that his youngest daughter would soon risk a grim and terrible slaughter. He knew not a bit that so long ago, when off she had set midst a light lovely snow, to learn at her school in the Sapphire City, to learn to be wholesome and quiet and pretty, she snuck promptly off to the district of Ginza, and forsook these duties to train as a ninja. Liz pressed the book shut, weeping freely in a torrent of feeling. She knew this story, knew the message of hope and persistence underlying its joyous, nonsensical words, knew its tale of doing good and beating the odds by heeding your heart. She knew, too, that it had been meant to provide example and instruction to a young girl in a time and culture where girls lacked such guidance, where they were taught to be smart and dependable, and to measure themselves by the success of their man. She knew she had had a part in its making. Was it written for her, about her, by her? She did not remember that. She would have to keep reading. She could not wait to keep reading. Yet a dead man lay beside her, and things must be done. And then came a knock at the door. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 14. Written and recorded by Kristen Hughes. I thrust the paper into the book into my bag, and flipped the strap over my head as I bolted for the kitchen. Our only visitors had been neighbors, but this was not. Our neighbors had friendly knocks. Tap, tap, neighborly, hi neighbor, don't mean to bother you knocks. Whoever it was sure to be someone unwelcome. The knocking became more insistent. Pounding, pounding, till I thought the door would come off its hinges. I would sneak out the back door and head toward the hills. But no, more pounding from that quarter. What to do? Back to the bedroom. It was late now, dark now. The only light, a small lamp near the bed. I extinguished it. The window? I could hear them plural, them walking, not trying to be quiet, them stomping around the house. Not good at all. There was nowhere to go. Flying was not an option. What strange thoughts enter the mind when stressed. Who could be out there, and what did they want with me? With him? I don't want to be here any more. I felt for the bed, for him. His hand was cool to the touch. What should I do? If only you had stayed with me a little longer. Choose your reality. Words, his words. Choose. His hand dissolved within mine. Goodbye. Why panic? Why fear? I got up from the bed. Strange. Why was I sitting in the dark? I turned on the lamp and blinked in the sudden illumination. I was alone. No one. Nothing to fear. But my heart was still pounding and my muscles taut. I listened. Silence. Something was missing. Someone should be here. A soft rustle. A wave of apprehension as the doorknob turns and drifts silently open. Are you okay? I thought I heard you scream. She looked puzzled. Are you going somewhere? No, not going. No, I stammered, somewhat shocked to notice a bag slung over my shoulder. Is it happening again? I don't know what's happening. I feel there should be someone else here. A man, a dead man in the bed. But no, there was no one. Who? She crossed the room, tenderly taking my arm and seating me on the bed. Sitting herself, close, intimate, concerned, she searched me, looking for I know not what. Visible change, madness probably. She worried about my little episodes. It's silly. A forced giggle. You'll laugh. Please tell me. She stroked my hair, her breast just brushing my arm. I thought there was a man in the bed. I kept the dead part to myself. Well, no wonder you screamed. Jaw tightening, a twinkle in the eyes, a condescending pat on the arm. I would have too if I thought there was a man in my bed. It's not so bad, you know. Have you ever tried it? Pounding, an echo of pounding at the door, the window. I didn't hear it, wouldn't hear it. It wasn't real. No, and I don't plan to. A different kind of tightening. I'm sorry, I said, before she could continue. I wished my head would clear, the pounding subside. I didn't think. Are you sure you're okay with this? I took her hand. So cold. A shudder of memory, a cold hand in my own, a man's hand, wrinkled and soft. We can cancel. I'll come down with mumps or something. No, they'll be here soon. God, the whole thing was so incestuous. Incestuous indeed. I'm not sure why we agreed to this in the first place, but it's too late now to cancel. And I want to see her. Maybe it will give me some closure. At least they got a hotel. Having them stay here would have been too strange. I mean, I know we were all a big happy family once, but it's been so long. 10 years. Funny how much one's life can change. Yes. She was somewhere else now. Another time and place, some 10 years past. Another woman holding her hand. The fog lifted after a moment, and she continued. Does it bother you, seeing Derek again, and Corey? Not as much as seeing Jen bothers you, but then I wasn't really in love with them. Wasn't I? Do copious denials until you begin to believe your own rewrites equal truth? I love you, though, I said, slipping my arm around her waist. Ditto copious affirmations. There was a knock at the door. Alice panicked. You get it. I'll be in the kitchen. A quick kiss, and off she scurried. Liz, you look great. How have you been? Good, and you? Yeah, I'm good. An awkward dance ensued. A hesitation, a hug, a kiss, a handshake. Which was right, which appropriate, considering past relationship and present circumstance. He smiled, I giggled. He settled for a warm hand on the shoulder and a kiss on the cheek. A flush spread over me at his touch. I wanted to pitch myself at him, wrap myself around him. Stop it. Not an option. Where was the uneasy, self-conscious boy I remembered? What stood before me was a man, palpably confident, thoroughly male. You look so grown up. Did I actually say that? Yes, I did. He laughed. An easy laugh, warm and pleasant. It's the suit. I promise I'm exactly the same Corey you remember. I'm afraid this is a busman's holiday for me. I had meetings in the city today, and more tomorrow. I did, however, bring some extra clothes, he said, pointing to a duffel on the floor outside the door. I didn't think you'd mind if I changed here. No, not at all. I waited for him to get his duffel, then led him to the bedroom. You can change in here, and if you need the, facilities at all, they're here, I said, opening a door leading off the room. Thanks, he said, slipping off his jacket and throwing it on the chair. So what are you doing with yourself now? Still writing? No. A laugh, a tug at the knot of his tie. I haven't written anything in years, unless you count proposals, analyses, and reports. The tie hit the chair with unnecessary force. So, business. What made you stop writing? You were good. Shut up, Liz. Shoes. Flick. Flick. It's probably a sensitive topic. Not good enough. It doesn't pay and, well, a person has to grow up sometime. Buttons. 1 cuff. 2 cuffs. A collar button. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Things rarely do. A sleeve. Another. The shirt drops. So, what are you doing now, then? I know business, but... A trouser button. Zip. I don't mind if you want to stay, but, well... He was holding his trousers up with one hand while the other sort of flicked around in the air. Oh, shit, sorry. What was I doing? Another knock, thank God. I escaped to answer the door. Derek and Jen, apologies for being late. Apologies from Chuck and Spouse, they couldn't make it. Hands half extended and retracted. Cringing, thinking I'd rather be back with Corey's nakedness. Corey to the rescue. Calm Corey, confident Corey. Slaps on the back, kisses on the cheek. Comfortable Corey taking charge. Where's Alice? Alice in the kitchen. Alice making dinner. Alice cooks? Silence. I'll get her. Alice, Jen. Jen, Alice. Hi. Hi. Silence. How are yous and how've you bens? Bottle of wine. Red. White. Something stronger. Family. Work. Another bottle. Table. Food. Alice drinking. Alice talking. House. Hobbies. Another bottle. Reminiscing. Should-have-beens and should-have-dones. Dessert. Coffee. When I was in Crete, said Corey. Oh, Crete is beautiful, I said. The nicest little village. By the sea? Yes, I wish I could just pick up and move there. Alice stirring. Why can't you? Alice motioning. Let me get some of these dishes out of here. Liz, could you give me a hand? Alice turned on me the moment we entered the kitchen. What's with you tonight? What do you mean? Things are going pretty well, considering. All that between you and Corey, fawning and agreeing with everything. Oh, Crete is beautiful. You've never even been there. A memory stirred. Paralyzed, I stood there, unable to move or think. But I had. Flash the sea. Flash a house. Flash a bedroom. Flash, flash, flash. Images flooding, flashing. A man. Walking. A cafe. A book. Then out of focus. Alice. A blurry kitchen. I held my head. Liz! Alice was speaking. Not to me. My knees buckle. Someone catching me, strong hands biting my flesh, lifting me, carrying me, warm, solid flesh against my own. Something soft under me. I try to open my eyes. Elizabeth? A man's voice. I try to speak. Something brushes my cheek. The room comes into soft focus. Corey's sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning over me. You're cold. Here, drink this. I choke as something warm and biting is poured in my mouth. Sorry, too much? Give me a minute. I croak. I shift. I turn. I prop myself on an elbow. Try again? I nod. Better? Yes, thanks. The fog begins to dissipate. Where's Alice? She's trying to get rid of Derek and Jen. Did they... No, she's making something up. It may be a while. Silence. Embarrassment. What just happened? Did I faint? Corey looking and looking away, fidgeting. I have some photos. Want to see them? Sure. They're from my trip, he said, digging in his duffel. The pictures spilled from the envelope. He chose one and handed it to me. Here's that village I was talking about before. Liz? I knew that village. The small house, just there. It was real. Boom. Boom. No, not that again. Fading. Corey here. Corey with me. The bed. The bureau. The book. I've been there. Corey, my bag. Get it quick. Corey jumped. The picture slid to the floor. This? Yes. He handed it to me. I would hold on. The book. Where was the book? Ah, it was here. I still had it. Have you seen this before? I asked, thrusting the book into his hands. The room, growing dark, then light again. I was losing my grip. I don't know. It seems familiar. It's important, I said, taking the book from him. I flipped it open to show him the pages. Pounding again. I was in the dark room, the book solid in my hands, but Corey fading. I reached for him. He was clearer. I could still feel him, solid and warm. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 15. Written and recorded by Hugh McGuire. The rain is pouring down, glowing like yellow bullets in the headlights, smashing into the windshield, and the wipers on high, extra high, wash against the glass. Past E's lower lip-biting face, over and over and over, thwack, 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 like the sound of some manic drummer, some heartbeat, some constant beating against the night, an endless fight against the rain that will not let up, that comes harder and harder. She thinks she must be drowning in it now. Eiko is shaking and cold, hands cramping against the wheel, and she leans right up against it, her nose almost touching the leather of the wheel so that she can see better, so that she can get under this rain, get closer to wherever it is she is going, a destination she has forgotten or doesn't even know, or never knew, but wherever it is better than where she has been, which she can't remember either, except these quick flashes: police, batons, a truck, a big American truck from the movies, a man, a plaid shirt, a shaving kit, an explosion in a lake, deep beneath a lake, a woman's breasts, with an amulet hanging between them. Was she running from these memories, these dreams, these images? She didn't know. She did not have the time to think. She knew only that she had to keep driving, driving away from what was behind her. That if she let her mind wander at this speed, in this dark, with this rain, on this windy, unknown road, wherever it was, she was lost. She would lose control of this car and smash into the dark trees that flashed at her from either side of the road, reaching at her as her headlights hit them, illuminated them, trying to grasp at her one after the other, again and again, to slow her down, get in her way, and flying by her as she kept speeding along past them. The road was getting worse, smaller, one lane now, bumpier, winding more, and she shifted down and up again as she tore around the bend, and there was a big thunk from beneath her, and she was momentarily weightless, head flung up and back. Everything seemed to stop, even the wipers, and she hung there, waiting for something, for the end maybe, for this dark panic in her gut to melt away, to be washed away with warmth and calm that she knew existed somewhere, had once felt. And she waited for the cramps in her shoulder and neck muscles to loosen and relax, waited for sleep with no more of these dreams. The car landed and she bounced up and down again, back into position, nose inhaling the leather steering wheel, teeth cutting into her lower lip. The paved road had turned to gravel, and now she could hear the rocks and stones bouncing up from below her, hitting the undercarriage of the car like bullets, an asynchronous rat-tat-tat-tat-tat percussion to go along with the constant thwack, thwack, thwack of the windshield wipers that continued their assault on the windshield in front of her. She turned another corner, felt the car skidding under her, sliding towards the trees, and she shifted down, spun the wheel, as the tail of the old Mercedes got away from her, fishtailing right, then left, the full nature of her momentum now beyond her control. And this was it, she had time to think. We think we are in control, pointing in one direction, but a false move, and everything we are doing is undone, beyond our control, not under it. We don't control these machines. And she felt something welling up in her, every bit of fear that was already there in her throat, now took over her whole body. This is it, she thought. Maybe I won't have to run any more. But whatever she did, she could not have told you if you asked. And she briefly imagined someone asking her later at a party or in an office somewhere, and how she would smile and giggle a little and say, I have no idea what I did. I was so scared. But somehow she managed to get the car straightened, and she realized she was crying, the tears coming down like the rain outside, with no windshield thwack, thwack, thwack to wipe them away. So she wiped them, a second, no more, just a second, when her hand covered her eyes. One beat, A moment that was so short that the wipers made only one thwack, had maybe begun the second thwack when she opened her eyes, clear of tears now. And she saw him standing in front of her, illuminated in the road, standing tall, taller than any man she had ever seen, dressed in white, drenched with the rain, but just standing there. And as she slammed on the clutch and the brakes, she had time to study him, as the car slowed and began to skid straight towards him. She did not have time even to spin the wheel, not that it would have made any difference. And as the fender hit his legs, she watched his face, a kind face, crumple in pain and exertion, his fine features that reminded her, for some reason, of the black and white picture of her father standing, legs spread, hands behind his back, in military at ease pose, outside their house in the mountains in Akita Prefecture, with his linen shirt and pants, his wire-frame glasses. The body hit the windshield, bounced into the dark, and the car suddenly was stopped and silent, except for the windshield wipers, thwack, thwack, thwack. She turned the wipers off and jumped out of the car, the wind and rain hurling abuse at her, and she slipped in the mud, grabbing at the hood of the car as she raced to get him, wherever he was, in front of the car. He was lying on his back, lit by the bright lights of the headlamps, drenched. He must be dead, she thought, and she knelt beside him, crying again now, and took his face in her hands, wiped his black hair from his eyes. "Hello," she said. "Hello, hello, please, hello, hello, are you all right? Hello." She'd never killed a man before, and she thought she might be sick. "Hello," he answered, eyes still closed. "Yes," he said. "I think I am okay. I think so." He lifted his left arm and flexed his fingers, then next his right arm and flexed that hand too. Eyes still closed. "Hands work," he said. "Let's try the legs." Left, then right. He lifted them, nodding. "Yes," he said. "Feet okay now." "Oh, I will have a headache." "Stay, don't move," Aiko said. "What's your name?" "Daichi Okada," he answered. "Don't move, Okada-san." He did. He moved. He sat up. "Yes," he said, "I will have a headache." He opened his eyes and looked into hers, a gentle smile on his face. He felt his forehead with his hand, tapping and pressing it, then the top of his head behind it. "All my parts are in the right place," he said. Aiko laughed and cried at the same time, and she hugged him and kissed his neck. And then she realized what she was doing and pulled back, bowing her head. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm just happy you are alive." "I know you from somewhere," he answered, and touched her cheek briefly. Did he really do that, she thought to herself, and yes, he did. He did touch my cheek. She studied him, and yes, he did look like her father in that picture. But he can't be my father. My father has been dead 8 years, and had grey hair when he died. This man is in his 30s or 40s. She tells him she does not think it is possible that he knows her, and he replies, "What do you mean exactly by possible?" Unsure how to answer him, she helps him to his feet. He groans, but nothing seems broken, and she helps him to the passenger seat of the car. He is drenched, and his back is covered in mud from the muddy dirt road. She opens the trunk and finds 2 towels. Why did she bring them, she wonders, and gives him one, closes the door, and then installs herself in the driver's seat, using the other towel to dry her hair. "What were you doing out on the road like that?" she asked. "Well, it's my road. It's a private road, so really I should be asking you that question." She does not answer, but instead starts the engine again, starts the windshield wipers. She doesn't know how to answer except to start driving again, which she does, and he doesn't complain. "I was looking for an epiphany," he says. Again she does not answer. She's not sure what this man means, what he wants, why he was out on the road. "That's my dog," he says, "Epiphany. My wife named him that. It was a joke. She liked to tell people on the phone that I was out looking for an epiphany. But of course, epiphany is always escaping. That's the nature of that dog. I'm always chasing after it in the rain, always looking for an epiphany." "But that doesn't quite make sense," Aiko answers. "I know, she was a sweet woman, my wife. She's dead now." She thought it was funny, even if the article messes up the joke. She died in the war. I miss her. And if Epiphany wants to spend the night in the rain, that's her problem. "What war?" Aiko thinks, but does not ask. "Up here," he says, "just a little further on the left." She slows, and he guides her into the driveway, a small opening in the trees that she never would have seen. The pathway is even smaller than the road, and the branches of the trees actually caress the side of the car as she continues on. Another layer of percussion in the night drive jazz she's been listening to since she can remember. Thwack, 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 rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, shish. They drive slowly now. She feels safe, and whatever she was driving from is behind them. Down this little winding drive until finally they come out into the clearing. Her headlights illuminate a little shack with a kerosene lamp burning in the window, and beyond it she can see the rocks and the sea. The rain has stopped, she realizes, but the wipers are still on. Thwack, thwack, thwack. She turns them off. Come in, he says. Let's have some warm coffee and pie. A dog barks, runs at them, tail wagging. Epiphany, Aiko says, and the man says yes. He opens the door to the little shack and she feels the warmth inside, sees books lining the walls, hears Brahms coming from the speakers she cannot see. She steps inside. It is small, open, with a little kitchen and a loft with a ladder and a bed, 2 chairs by a desk and piles of books, a microphone on a stand. She is shivering, cold and wet, deep in her bones, but she feels the cold and the fear and the panic seeping away. Epiphany curls up in the corner and Daichi Okada closes the door. Coffee, he says, and pie. Yes. Aiko, Daichi asks her gently, touching her shivering arm. Do you have a passport? Huh? Passport? She blinks. Well, yes, I have a passport. In the car. Okay then, he says. That's good. There is someone who wants to meet you, but first coffee and pie. End of The Yellow Sheet, Chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 17. Written and recorded by Alan Drake.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you, but I don't drink coffee.
Aiko said with a change in tone. Since when? A deep voice boomed into the room.
Since never. I'd like something stronger,
she said as she turned around towards the new voice.
Please, something stronger,
she continued.
I've had enough rain, enough...
At the sight of the older man entering the room, she stopped speaking. He entered from an alcove, opening through a rounded arch of bookshelves. Daichi can offer you some fine ginjoshu, but that will not go with your favorite.
Favorite what?
Her voice broke off again, uncertain, confused. Don't look so serious, Aiko, the man said sympathetically. I'm speaking of your favorite pie, strawberry rhubarb, rare in Akido, very rare, rarer even than his very fine ginjoshu. But then, you are too, are you not, Aiko? Rare, very rare indeed. She gave a short bow in embarrassed recognition.
Are you... It's been...
Formalities first, interjected Daichi. The passport. She unzipped a pocket hidden on the inside of her jacket. She extracted a red passport, offering it formally, holding it forward with both hands. She bowed her head again. Daichi accepted it in like manner, and passed it to the as yet unnamed older gentleman, who looked only briefly at the back cover, and then placed it down on the table.
Oji!
She exclaimed. Yes, but let's keep it to English.
Sumimasen.
I think we can leave apologies behind as well. And it's also time to stop running about. Dogen Michichika spoke softly. Sit, please. You will please pardon me for suggesting that you slow down. Aiko sat on the mat at the square eating table. Her head tilted imperceptibly as she gazed down at the microphone in the short tripod stand. It stood straight upward, reminding her of the thin white mushrooms she picked as a child. wandering through the forest with her uncle and aunt. Daichi Okada placed a masu on the small table in front of Aiko and another across the table from her. As he sat opposite Aiko, Dogen smiled. Once he settled, gracefully, sitting upright, formal but relaxed, he took the bottle from Daichi, who was standing next to him, and poured out the translucent ginjoshu until it reached the very brim of the wooden box in front of Aiko. The bottle had no label. Nothing but a simple hand-inked enso graced the face of green cast glass. It's from Daichi's Hokkaido Kora. It would be incorrect of me to comment before you had tasted it, but I can say that Daichi does not follow new government regulations when brewing for himself. After a pause, Daichi headed for one of the bookcases and added, "And friends? Speaking of friends, Daichi, is everything set up? In the brainstorming session yesterday, Hugh set up the mic. He was happy to leave it for you. He sends his very best wishes. Thank him for me, please. He has set things up perfectly, although his penchant for manga is, well, we can chalk it up to age. Is it on?" Click. "It is now. I will be leaving. There are other bottles behind the Mishima collection. The mic is omnidirectional. Afterwards, be certain to press the stop button. A 2 gig card. 5:37 minutes should be enough." Dogen Michichika. There is no clearer window than you, Daichi. Sound of door closing. Sound of sipping. Soft murmurings of satisfaction.
Oji.
Let's keep this to English.
That's fine with me, Uncle.
Fine is fine. What's past is prologue. So, what do you have for me?
I have missed you. I thought that this missing was a permanent thing. I didn't know.
I have missed you too, and your Aunt Raindrop has missed you as well. There is much to talk about, but we must move on to what you know and what I know and start putting the various pieces of this mess together. Make it coherent. I promise you we will have the rest of my lifetime, your aunt's lifetime, to be a family again. But for now, we must pull it all together. That is why your aunt and I disappeared. It was your aunt who made the strawberry rhubarb pie, you know. So American you are. Please?
There are so many parts, pieces, fragments, spin-offs, false starts, inventions, intrigues, dreams, sordid tales, lies, duplicity.
So, is life any different?
Is life a haphazard novel verging on a...
What is Buddha?
A dried shit stick.
Ah, you've learned your lessons well. You have always had a good memory, which is why you are here today. But when I ask, what is Buddha? I want to know what you know, not what you remember. And?
A haphazard novel verging on a...
No!
A strawberry rhubarb pie.
Now you're playing with me.
Now you're playing with me.
What is the answer to the answer you didn't bring today? What are the questions to all of the questions?
I have many, many sheets of perfectly constructed shit sticks. Most are yellow, but one relates little to the other.
Exactly. How do you sort it out? Or is it up to the sheets to sort themselves out?
The ones that are yellow should, at least.
And every one is different? All of the yellow sheets? Each of the NYS's?
No. At this point, they all say the same thing.
Which is?
You know. Why do you ask me what they say? You know.
Yes, they all ask, what is Buddha?
Shitstick.
You see, you're stuck.
That's plain.
Maybe you need a piece of pie.
That's your solution?
Yes.
The pie doesn't go with this.
Then drink more.
No, I want pie.
With this, Daichi would be hurt. You would hurt his feelings. He offered coffee, yes?
I shouldn't have started drinking. I should have had the pie.
What's wrong with you having the pie and the ginjoshu at the same time?
What's wrong with me having the pie and the ginjoshu at the same time?
Yes. What's wrong with having the pie and the ginjoshu at the same time?
What's wrong with having the pie and the ginjoshu at the same time is that I don't know how many Elizabeths there are, what planet any of them are on, what dimension any of them are in, what epoch in history any of them are living in, or if they are all happening at the same time, or are the same things, or altogether irreconcilable.
Or if any of them are irrelevant.
Almost exactly.
Almost?
I want a piece of Aunt Raindrop's pie.
Now?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to drink, but it is so exquisite.
And the pie?
The pie will be exquisite too.
And you know this?
Yes.
How do you know there is a pie?
I smell it. I could smell it before I came into the hut. What is this hut, anyway? Why does Daichi, with all he has, all he is, have this shack?
Because someone wrote it in.
Are you telling me that someone's writes a chapter a day and we're living it?
That's one theory that's been floating around, but is plainly puerile. No offense intended.
So, we're living a dream or we're not. Or the Liz's are not someone's concoction?
Shit stick. She's different than you're making her out to be.
God, I need a piece of pie. She's different than she started out to be. For God's sake, at one moment she was absolutely real, and then...
What part of this do you think is nonsense?
Anything that has to do with a Renaissance fair.
Why?
Too simple.
What about the law that states the simplest explanation is the true explanation?
That's not how it goes. It's something different than that.
Occam's razor. Lex parsimone. Excellent. Now, that's a real shit stick. Long period of laughter between them without words.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's it. All other things being equal, the simplest solution is the best. But how does the greater cause get met if everyone is working independently?
Occam was a 14th century monk. And worse, he was a logician. Maybe we should turn to what the existentialists say, my old friend Camus. The world is indifferent to human suffering.
Another shitstick.
But maybe the question is, what's the difference between art and play?
Play is play, and art is a shitstick.
You might have something there. Or you might be drinking too much.
It is getting smelly in here.
Laughter. I know I said we should keep this to English, but I don't think I can say this in any other way. You will remember. Sound of Dogen reaching into his pocket. and extracting a small business card, slides it across the table to Aiko. Written on the business card is Kyojitsu Imaku.
Ah, something like Kyojitsu Konku.
Takibo yo.
Yes, somewhere along the line of burgeoning disparate thoughts and words and people and promises and hopes and fears and confusion.
Confusion is good.
That was a child's exercise.
Was it? Where do thoughts come from?
I'm not sure.
How long do thoughts linger, hang around in our heads?
That depends.
On what?
How important they are to us.
Us?
Me.
And so, after they hang around for a while, where do they go?
They don't go anywhere. They just fade away.
Where do they fade to?
As far as I'm concerned, they should all just fade away, particularly this convoluted puzzle.
Why should they? Or it?
Gee, you've gotten argumentative in your old age.
Gee, you've taken up drinking in your young age.
Why are you bothering to record this?
I thought we were going to discuss in detail each and all of the disparate pieces, and to try to find a way to have them all work together, to have a record of our exploration, to be certain we didn't lose any threads.
I think you should turn off the recorder.
Now you're closer to what is Buddha.
What is not Buddha?
Oh, you almost have it. That deserves a reward. Click.
A reward would be a piece of strawberry rhubarb pie.
A piece?
I'll eat the whole pie.
Would you like to take a guess at how many words?
1,767.
1,767? That's painfully exact. Give or take how many?
100.
100. Are you sure?
Okay. 100 words and one shitstick.
1,784.
And one Buddha.
That would be a good line to end a chapter on.
Too easy. I think we should come up with a solution.
What are the central questions?
What are the yellow sheets?
Look, over at Daichi's futon.
Ah, a yellow sheet.
Exactly. How many more will you find before we figure this out?
I did come up with an interesting fact you may not know about.
Which is?
Before there was a yellow sheet, or sheets, there was, apparently, a blue tulip.
Sounds like a red herring.
There are a lot of those swimming about.
So, how do you get out of this? How do you figure a path through it?
It's overwhelming.
Confusion is good.
Why?
Because in this place and time, I'm your father's older brother, and the only family you've got, and you're in the only country you're living in.
I'm also very angry about all of this, and sad, and perfectly content.
That could change.
So, what are you going to do about it?
Kill the Buddha.
That's a horrid thing to say.
Not really, if you remember, and I'm certain you do. Just mull it over. Over a piece of strawberry rhubarb pie. Want a piece?
I really am glad you're my uncle.
Am I?
Now, that's not nice.
What I mean is, I might just find out over, let's say, the next 7 or 8 days that I'm not your uncle.
Or that you don't exist at all.
If I don't exist, how might I find out I don't exist?
What is Buddha.
Exactly. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 17, written and recorded by Sean McGahey, DuctTapeGuy.net. Sleep comes quickly. Almost too quickly. What was in the Ginjo shoe? Rice spirits? Or something more sinister? She tosses and turns beneath the yellow sheet and dreams. Fitful dreams. Dreams of the road. Another road, another town, another cottage. Another Elizabeth. Iko, Beth, Liz, Liza, Betty, Betty Crocker, Betty and Wilma, Betsy, Sweet Betsy from Pike. Who is she now? Where is she going? Will this journey ever end? What is real, the journey or the destination? Another yellow sheet. We know. Always the yellow sheet. She tosses and turns beneath the thin yellow sheet. Another street, another town, another lifetime. Somewhere in the northeastern United States she glimpses something reflected in a storefront window. At the edge of this nondescript town sits a nondescript strip mall plaza filled with trendy upscale chain stores whose names and stylized logos do nothing whatsoever to betray a description of the contents inside. She parks her car in Section F of the vast parking lot. Her grandmother told her that she always parked in Section F, so if she ever got confused as to its whereabouts coming out of the store, she could ask herself, "Now where did I leave the effing car?" Walking into the brightly lit store, she sees row upon row of glass shelving filled with assorted glassware, dishes, ceramic figurines, and home accessories for any event or season. Pasted throughout the store are oversized posters with catalog pictures of the store's products, looking just so slightly nicer than they did on the shelves, all with a stylized logo and the slogan, "Home accessories for any occasion." As she wanders aimlessly through the aisles, her eyes fix upon a glass display case. Inside, on a special stand, which is draped in yellow fabric, sits a necklace with an oddly familiar medallion. It appears to be very, very old and made of bronze, but it is most certainly a cheap knockoff made in China or Taiwan. Beside the stand, on a yellow card, is written, "Replica Antique Medieval Medallion. Item M1020.B. $77.06. We know you will not find better prices anywhere." The yellow sheet. Always the yellow sheet. Another road, another town, another cottage. Another Derek, some Derek, her Derek. He rolls over and caresses her shoulder, her breast, her hip. She spoons into him and smells his familiar musky aroma. She feels the warmth of body on body, the smoothness of his plaid shirt, his plaid... Shit! She recoils. Is this the Derek who swept her off her feet and fathered her children? Who promised, "Till death us do part"? Is this the Derek who ran off to find himself in the Orient, only to find some hussy 15 years younger than I? Is this the Derek who had me committed? Who would not believe even when I showed him the yellow sheet? Awakening briefly, alone, she tosses and turns beneath the thin yellow sheet. Another road, another town, another question. Always more questions. She fingers the worn yellow sheet as she climbs the steps into the library. It is an impressive-looking brick structure built by the largesse of a Carnegie grant 100 years ago. Like every other public library in North America, a monument to an empire all but forgotten, but for a gift that spans generations. Stepping inside, she walks briskly to the public card catalogue. Why do they call it a card catalogue? Long gone are the rows and rows of wooden cabinets filled to the brim with index cards, each a treasure map leading to literary riches, replaced by row upon row of sterile, humming computer terminals. Catalogue. How to search the catalogue. Every system in every town is different, with names like WorldCat, eCat, and BibliSys. But this is a new catalogue to her. LibriVox. The voice of books? Free voices? Book voice? A white screen appears with only a few choices. Title. No help. Author. If she knew the author's name, she wouldn't be searching. Status. What the is status for? Why can't I do a simple keyword search? Wait. 3 more links are below. Browse entire catalog, recently cataloged, more search options. Selecting more search options reveals still more confusing choices. Category, status, reader, MC, BC. She pulls the faded yellow sheet from her pocket and types the code written there, letter by letter, more from memory than actually reading the text. M1020.B7706. A new screen appears. 1 matches. Works in progress. 1. LibriVox volunteers. Yellow sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo novel 2007. Open. Readers, email me when this book is completed. The yellow sheet. Always the yellow sheet. She clicks the link. Another page. Full of questions. Always questions. It appears to be an audiobook, currently being recorded by a bunch of crazy volunteers. Wait. What's this? Chapter 8, read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Listen. Betsy? Beth, Liz, Liza, Betty, Elizabeth? Me? She begins to listen.
Chapter 8 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 8. Written and recorded by Betsy Bush. In Marquette, Michigan, November 2007.
The yellow sheet. Always the yellow sheet. She can't listen to it here. She must save this file and find a safer place. But how? She looks down, and inserted into the USB port is a navy blue memory stick, engraved in white with a stylized picture of a tulip. Scrawled on the case in black marker are 2 words. We know. She quickly saves the file, pockets the memory stick, and leaves the building. Leaves town. Another road, another town, another question. Always more questions. Aiko awoke, oddly refreshed after her fitful sleep. The first rays of light tickled the shadows until they faded away from gray. As she looked out towards the sea, she wasn't expecting the dormant words of Goethe to seize her so violently. Just for once, have the courage to surrender yourself to impressions, to allow yourself to be moved, to be uplifted, yes, to be instructed and kindled by something great. In less than a minute, she was out the sliding double doors. Their shiny finish of Canadian pine flashed in the rising sun as they slid closed. They settled into immobility, remaining unlocked, for she left without keys, without money, without food, without wallet, without her passport, without anything that might identify her, with nothing but the clothes she wore, her amulet, and the tan duffel bag containing the yellow sheets and the blue tulip. The time for questions was passing. She was surrendering herself to the uncertainty of not knowing why, of not knowing how, not even knowing with certainty who she was from day to day. Iko, Beth, Liz, Liza, Betty, Elizabeth? She strode down the well-trodden path, new to her, but familiar and comfortable nonetheless. As she walked, she heard the stillness of night begin to emerge into the symphony of the awakening of the day. She passed no one as she walked, save for an overly friendly dog obviously excited to have slipped his tether, and, a little later, a weary man inquiring about said dog. She pointed him onward, and he left, thankful for the revelation. Above the trees she could hear a dove's plaintive cry. A breeze skittered through the trees, providing an erratic counterpoint to the steady rhythm of her footfalls, squishing along the still damp trail. As she walked, the rhythm of her feet recalled for Iko an old ballad, half remembered. And though the blue tulip, that strange vigilante, does all that he can, a single man can't be in 2 spots at once, and much less in 20, though he have muscles and sword skills aplenty. So, engaged in her contemplation of where, of when, of who, Iko was unaware that she had awakened 2 sleepers who had found shelter under a hedge just beyond the path. The 2 women intently watched as Iko passed, then silently began to pursue her. After about an hour's walk, Iko began to regret that she had left the cottage without any food. She pressed on. What she hungered for was not food, but respite, an end to this interminable journey, an answer to these lifetimes of questions. The sounds of the forest gradually gave way to the rhythmic pounding of the surf against cliffs relentlessly hewn over millennia. The squeals of gulls could be heard overhead. Some distance away the sun glinted off the lenses of powerful binoculars. It appeared that Iko and her pursuers were being watched. Dogen Michichika sat astride a small 4-wheeler ATV. In his hands were a powerful set of binoculars equipped with a transceiver that was transmitting whatever he viewed in real time. How he had longed last night to lift the veils that covered Iko's eyes, but he could not. He would not. E must develop full understanding on her own. She was so close, but time was running out. Dogen was a bit perturbed when he spied the 2 women tracking Iko. He was not worried about what they might do. There was nothing they could do to change things now, but he was disturbed that they had been able to track Iko here, to this place, which had held its secrets for so long. Iko slowed her pace. Becoming aware of a loud rushing sound behind her, she turned to see an ominous black cloud towering over the trees, and 2 women running toward her. Another road. Another journey, another Elizabeth, another question, always questions, always the yellow sheet. We know. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 18, written and recorded by Smokey B. Derek awoke as if from an early grave, clawing toward consciousness like a free climber in a rainstorm. Finally returned to the waking world, he lay on his back for some time, feeling the wetness around him. At last he rose on his elbows and opened his eyes. The sheets were yellow again. With a groan, he shook his head and rolled over, already knowing he'd not have time to shower before the show. Gotta lay off them pills, he told himself as he rose, or at least stop mixing them with that blue tulip tequila. Stripping a pillowcase free, he wiped the urine from his body and pulled on his cleanest underwear, then jeans, t-shirt, and flannel. Lastly, he pulled on his boots and belt, a pang of reminiscence aching through him at the feel of his Kenworth belt buckle. Wish I was still on the road, he thought. Of course he was still on the road, just not in the way for which he now longed. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the club, shaking visibly, trying to pass it off as if he kept rhythm, practicing a tune. You smell like piss, his manager told him disgustedly. Well, you look like shit, Derek replied with uncharacteristic panache. As ever, Derek felt strange on stage, and with good reason. He did not know that most of his audience thought him a freak, a joke, a nut. Months ago, after the spirits in the air had told him to quit driving trucks and take up singing, a scout from the Tarzan Chinaski show had come across him singing on a street corner in D.C., whereto the agent had repaired for a 3-hour, $1,000 session with Mistress Goddess, the dominatingest dominatrix in 50 states. 4 hours later, strolling the avenues with the vague taste of his own feces still on his lips, said agent had come across Derek on the sidewalk singing, "Working for the CIA, killing psychic terrorist blues," from whence he parlayed into, "My wife's a ninja and I'm gonna have to leave her," and on to "Radioactive Amulet of Love," there being something singularly comic and grotesque in Derek's presentation. The agent had whisked him off to New York City for a few spots on the show and then, for a generous kickback, fobbed him off to an unctuous manager keen to bleed every cent he could from Derek's fleeting notoriety. On stage now, feeling inestimably better thanks to the line of cheap coke that manager had granted him, Derek launched the show with, "Am I in Japan? I think a nuke just exploded." As always, people laughed and shouted things. This still pained him, as it would anyone to be laughed at as they tried, in public, to make sense of their disordered, disastrous lives, but his manager had told him to just play on, because great art provokes many reactions. It seemed to Derek that laughter was the most marked and prominent reaction, but Eon, that was his manager, had told him the others were aching in silence, stung by his piquant and sensitive beauty. It was this thought that steeled him for one of his most heartfelt, tuneful revelations. Alternate dimensional psychos killed my buddy at the library. As he strummed the first chord, he wondered where, oh where, was his wife, who really was a ninja and hadn't been home in ages. In fact, his wife now trod the dirt of her homeland, spinning upon it 180 degrees to face her attackers, two beautiful babes built like swimsuit models, one a dark-eyed, raven-haired beauty, her golden skin gleaming, the other an overtly sensual Asian gal like herself, from across the pond in China. Though both had been modestly clothed in the chapter before, they now boasted such sleek, taut outfits as might make Boris Vallejo blush. Aiko, too, though perfectly dry and reasonably clad in the previous scene, wore now solely a slim white robe which was, inexplicably, sopping wet, clinging closely to her pert yet pendulous breasts and wide, round hips. "Give it up, Blue Tulip," the Mexicana told her. "If we don't get you, the White Rose will." As she spoke, she pulled a pair of nunchaku from her waist, and her Chinese companion drew 2 daggers from sheaths on her hip. Unarmed, Aiko was unafraid. These minions were naught, she knew, though she knew not how she knew this. Likewise, she knew now that the White Rose was a nefarious assassin of inscrutable birth, presently ensconced, or so it was said, in a mountain keep due east of Khyber Pass. She did not know, though she strongly suspected, that these women sought the amulet she wore round her neck, and she did not know why. She did know, for sure, that she was about to kick the living crap out of these 2 skanks who had the nerve to get in her grill. "You fat sluts," she sneered at them. "I bet you want to get this done quick so you can run back to town and wrap your cream cheese thighs around some pot-bellied American soldier, milking his 2-inch machine till he stains you with his gaijin seed." She hoped to provoke an angry mistake with the insult, but the women remained cool. Azalea, as the Chinese gal was known, and Rhoda, for rhododendron, bent their knees and crept forward slowly, inching apart as they drew towards Aiko, who likewise crouched on the balls of her feet and raised her bag to her chest. "Bitch," Azalea spat, "the only stains on me are gonna be your blood." As her bifurcating opponents tried to flank her, Aiko lurched toward Azalea, seeming to stumble. Azalea gleefully leapt upon her, just as Aiko rolled onto her back and thrust the bag in the air. The daggers bit deeply into it, tearing through the yellow sheets and into the blue tulip, sinking through the book's leather-bound cover as if through sodden cardboard. As their tips came through the far side, Aiko's heel slammed into Azalea's kneecap, knocking it free from its cartilaginous moorings, and dropping her to the ground as Aiko tossed the bag and thrust an elbow toward her teeth with gratifying effect. Aiko had time to appreciate the gleam of ivory in the sunlight as Chinese teeth splayed through the air, then ducked at the wooden whisper of the nunchaku speeding toward her. Fingertips touching the turf, Aiko swept out her leg and nearly brought Rhoda down, but she stumbled back and righted herself as Aiko rose again and charged straight toward her. Rhoda connected completely with the nunchaku, just as she was trained, hitting Aiko squarely in the forearm to bring down her guard, but Aiko simply took the pain on her left arm and, with a punch from her right, crushed the bridge of Rhoda's nose back and upward into her brain, leaving her dead with dumb shock on her face. Plucking the nunchaku from the deadened fingers as the woman toppled to the ground, Aiko turned back toward Azalea, twisting the hardened wood in her palm as her nemesis struggled to stand on one leg, blood surging through the fingers she held to her mouth. "I could use your knives to end this," Aiko opined as she swung the nunchaku casually through the air, "but I need the exercise." Raising the nunchaku aloft, she began to spin them fiercely as she crept toward the squirming Azalea. "And I need some answers." Some distance away, Dogen Michichika dropped the lenses from his eyes. "Jesus," he said breathily, despite his avowedly Buddhist beliefs. "Jesus Christ." He was shocked and disturbed and not a little excited. Meanwhile, or perhaps 6 days later, on the road, who can say, back at Big Rick's coffee shop and bait shack, Derek was closing his set with his big hit. It's the radioactive amulet of love, a radioactive amulet of love, given to me by angels above, and it kept me safe back in the day when I worked for the CIA, killing enemies of the USA, and then they fired me and they took my pay. But I don't care, 'cause when push came to shove, they couldn't take away my amulet of love, my radioactive amulet of love. My wife understands, she is not like the rest. She wears my amulet on her chest, right between her big old breasts, and it keeps her safe from terrorists. It's a radioactive amulet of love, a radioactive amulet of love, etc. When the show was over, Derek thought the applause was sporadic and desultory. At least he would have, had he sufficient vocabulary. Instead, he merely slunk off the tiny stage, discontent and deeply deranged, empty of love and chock full of lonesome. The coke rush was long gone by then, and he was happy for the pint of whiskey managerially proffered as he passed by Eon. There was, as usual, no one waiting to see him after the show. A few people shouted at him as the crowd filed out, mostly unkind things, laced with derisive glee. But that was it. Though seemingly and irrefutably insane, Derek was a handsome man, and at first he had been asked for autographs, and even scored a few groupies. Now there was no one, or what few women came by Eon usually managed to siphon off for himself. Then Derek saw her. She couldn't be real. No way. A stunning Nordic queen of storybook beauty, her long platinum hair streaming over a blue silk shawl lined with lustrous white ermine. Beneath that, a blue gown, long and tight, with a generous slit up the side, clean to the waistline, the alacritous fabric reveling in her gorgeous body, clinging tightly to every curve. "I really liked your show," she purred through pursed, perfect lips. Derek's mind went blank. Azalea's scream was cut short by an osseous crunch, a gratifyingly osseous crunch at that. Despite her best efforts, Aiko had learned little from her and had pitched her off the cliff to ease her frustration and to see if she could hit that wide, flat rock jutting out from the waves. Despite Azalea's inquisitional fortitude, Aiko had advanced her understanding. The violence and the instincts it aroused had awoken much within her. She knew that she had been kidnapped as a child, snatched up from the Renaissance fair by a killer who had recognized her interest in swordplay. She had been taken deep in the Australian outback and raised as a flower in the Garden of Death, an elite and cultish clique of incomparable assassins. For years she had trained with and killed for them, until something had gone wrong. The White Rose had betrayed her. She did not know how, or why, or when, but she knew she had been wronged, deeply and savagely wronged. She knew one other thing, too. The White Rose must be destroyed. And on this she mused as a sound rose around her. When she looked up from the sea, 4 army helicopters roared motionless in the air above her, waiting. Derek had little idea how they wound up back at his hotel, piss-stained as it was. He had not wished to bring her there, but his mind was meat for the chopper. Rather a wreck to begin with, he had fused all circuits when this ambrosial babe had stood beside him. She simply would not take no for an answer. He had even told her he wet the bed. "I like water sports," she confided, drawing toward him, putting her lips to his ear. "Maybe we can have a golden shower when we're done with everything else." Derek knew, of course, that there was no way on Earth, or in Hell, or pretty much in the known universe, that such a sublime and impossible woman would have the least bit of interest in a man like him, nor, truth be told, had he much carnal use for such supernal sexiness, as his parts had not quite worked for years owing to the brainwashings and the psychiatric medications. Still, the ineffable force of sheer effulgent beauty had overwhelmed his brains, drawing him on despite the manifest wrongness and too good to be true so it probably isness of it all. Now she slid shut the door and locked the bolt home, pressing Derek against the wall. She did not kiss him, but held her lips close, cooing sweetly in his ear. She smelled like a garden as her right hand held his wrist tightly, her left setting deftly to work. As his jeans hit the floor, wonder of wonders, he felt old familiar stirrings within, and his manly pride rose to meet her hand as she slowly reached for it. "Oh my God," he thought, "it's really gonna happen. Lord God, thank you so—" Ah! Derek screamed as she crushed his testicles in an iron grip. Black stars burst through his vision and he fell to his knees as she crouched beside him, still squeezing tightly. She slapped him. "Shut up, fool," she ordered, and slackened her grip from excruciating to unbearable. "You piss-stained dirtbag," she snarled again. "You disgust me. Tell me where it is or I'll pull him off and feed him to you." With a howl very much like that of a half-crushed cat, Derek begged, "What? Where's what?" She punched him in the eye with her free hand, opening a great gash. His head flew back and bounced on the floor, and she slammed it down several more times until it bled from two sides, spraying wild patterns around him as he writhed in pain and terror. "The amulet, you loathsome cur! The amulet! Tell me where it is, or you will beg God for death and freedom." Derek, who had very recently been thinking he really was crazy, and that there was no amulet, as so many people had told him, was quite pleased with this, despite his situation. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I think my wife has it, but I don't know where she is." Sensing the truth of this, the woman loosed her grip, and Derek flopped forward in ecstatic relief, moaning tremulously upon the floor. The woman stood, surveyed the room with disgust, and kicked Derek fiercely in the kidney. "Worm," she spat at him. Derek lay on his face in agony, not knowing what she did as she rummaged around his room and through the kitchen. Perhaps she looked for clues, or perhaps sought to sate herself on the sights of so sad a man and his accoutrements. Whatever the case, it may have been an hour, or perhaps 20 seconds, when she stood over him again and spoke his name, her voice now alive with sympathy. "Oh, Derek, you poor baby," she cried, as if in horror. "I didn't mean to hurt you so bad." Derek, thinking perhaps her sympathy had been roused by the wreckage in the room which spoke so symbolically of the wreckage in his life, felt a warmth flow through him as of good whiskey. It's all right," he gasped through gaps in his gums, his swollen tongue lolling like a drunken crocodile. "No problem." He struggled to his hands and knees, wanting to make eye contact and smile at her. "Oh, sweetie, why don't you let me make it up to you, honey baby?" His eyes agape with wonder, Derek marveled as she reached behind her back and loosened her robe, unwaning the moons of her feminine beauty. Derek struggled to his knees and moved toward her, his eyes aglow with joy and wonder. So perfect they were, so round and luminous and lovely, 2 perfect points in God's perfect world. The right one bore a small tattoo, a flower of some sort. Derek inched closer, raising his palms to her breast as a grateful man holds his palms to the Lord. "Oh, thank you, Jesus," he said aloud this time, rattling the words through the wreck of his teeth. "Thank you, God, for being so good to your pitiful servant and for—" Shunk! The stiletto went in just under his 5th rib. Aiko climbed aboard the first chopper after a brief parley with the man inside via the bird's PA system. It was a transport chopper. Inside, along 2 benches against the outer walls, sat about 30 men with large, complex assault rifles, each one fitted with, among other things, an under-rifle grenade launcher. Their body armor was thick and metallic, looking inescapably like a combination of Iron Man and a samurai warrior. Standing in the center aisle between them was a man Aiko now recognized as Dogen Michichika, the 3rd highest-ranking general in the Japanese self-defense forces. As she climbed into the chopper, he stepped toward her and bowed in a kindly manner. "We are here to help," he said. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet, the LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 19. Written and recorded by Alan Drake.
Playing with your toys again? Yes, Uncle? Thank you. But I really do not need any help. I jumped aboard just to ask for a ride. I hope you're going my way.
Always. Whatever you wish, Aiko. Just say the word. He stood back a step. Look at you. You're certainly in better shape than last I saw you.
True, but I can't say that what I've been through over the past day makes any more sense than has the past month. But there isn't time to get into all of that now, is there?
She quickly scanned the interior of the chopper, its contents and occupants. An unexpected quietude came over her. She was in the chopper, on the ground, with the familiar noises around her, the claustrophobic movements and colors and smells and attitudes and confusions, and it all felt transparent. She felt the gentle rhythm of her breathing, without thought, without attachment to it. Everything around her was mildly relaxing, and mildly funny and full. There was only her lungs filling with air, and the gentle movement of the air surprising her as once again coming out of her. And she rode her breath, for the first time rode it outward, into the belly of the chopper, onto the knees and elbows and shivering shoulders of each and all within the chopper's walls. She felt her body relax, and at the same time adjust itself more upright, each bone aligning itself perfectly to the next, without effort, without intent, open to everything around her. She could see, but she wasn't focused on what she was seeing. She could hear all of it, but she wasn't holding firm to the sound. Neither distracted nor mesmerized, she knew there was but one path worth taking, and it would not be in this tub. She spoke with a bluntness that surprised even herself.
This isn't the place I really want to be, ought to be. Too much testosterone. Oh, so too dense. Anyway, the feminine principle, as you well know, selects its own path to success. Spacious persistence. Come, Uncle, let's be somewhere else.
Yes, very much so. It is a bit tight here. Come with me, Aiko, to my private plane. No, this isn't the place for either of us. While the resources are in my hands, I'll be the one to change the scenery. Dogen made a brief conciliatory nod and added, with your approval, of course. Her only response was a smile. As they disembarked, Dogen instructed the commander to cut the engines and return the troops to their barracks. Take a week off, all of you. As he climbed through the door, he whispered under his breath, If I ever need you again, but I doubt that very much. As his feet hit the tarmac, Aiko asked,
What did you just say, Uncle? I couldn't hear you properly.
Nothing.
So there's nothing between us, huh?
Just an old habit of mumbling under my breath, that's all.
And what makes a mumble?
In this case, Dogen responded sheepishly, not unlike a 14-year-old, I'm concluding that with you around, none of the old ways are going to make much sense or be of much help at all.
Yes, Uncle. Put your toys away.
Oh, Dogen said teasingly, approaching the stairs of his private jet. Powerful words from a woman who, a few days ago, couldn't choose between sake and pie. Gesturing her to walk ahead of him, they climbed the short set of steps up into the Bombardier Global 500. He stopped it a moment and looked up to her. Before you go in, I want you to know there's a surprise waiting for you.
You knew I wasn't going to fly in the chopper, didn't you?
Aiko, he asked with false mockery, and then smiled.
I know that I won't be disappointed.
They entered the plane, moving towards the center, to where two pairs of deep-cushioned seats faced one another, like a vast, luxuriant railroad car. Plush theater seats. Aiko crawled into one as if crawling into a cave, Dogen sat beside her, facing forward to the front of the plane. Suddenly, a woman came from behind them, walked across to the seat in front of them, facing them, and she sat down, smiling.
Ame, Auntie.
Aiko leaped from her seat like a young girl to embrace her aunt. After more than a minute of cooing and preening, with choreographic grace, they separated and sat in their separate seats. All was perfect and right, and no one spoke. Dogen broke the silence. "You were so decisive in the chopper, Aiko. You were in and then out of it, so quickly. Very impressive." His hand reached out to her forearm and gave it a gentle squeeze.
So many years wandering in indecision.
Indecision? You were flooded with...
Éviter et de choisir.
I understand. I was only saying that you have been overwhelmed. It was as if you were riding a wind horse.
Aiko appreciates, I am sure, your concern, dear.
Amy interrupted.
Yet, I am certain she has a particular purpose for saying what she did. I suspect it's a reference to Sartre, which is of particular importance to her, no? Exactement.
Aiko responded softly, with a broad smile. Dogen beamed with amusement. If that is the case, then you will have no problem telling me where you want this tub to take us. This choice is fully yours.
I want to return to Flathead Lake. Now, I must complete what we started a month ago. Go to the very cliff it all hung from, before the lunacy started, before we became something altogether different. Would that be the right thing to do?
Amy asked. In deference to your aunt's wisdom, I must say, Aiko, my dear, that you are a superb tactician. Dogen pressed the intercom button and leaned forward towards the arm of his seat. How long will it take you to switch to Flight Plan 5? Can we do that from the air? We can get started immediately, sir. The engine immediately began to rev, accompanied by the sound of the entry hatch closing. ETA? 4 hours and 35 minutes. Excellent. Go. The muffled sound of the hatch being secured rolled down the soft carpet towards the back of the plane.
You knew, didn't you? Damn you, Uncle. But plan number 5, you might have gotten closer than that.
It was an option for sure.
2 questions, please. What were numbers 1 through 4, and how many options were there beyond 5?
No matter. Each of them was a guess.
No, really, tell me, please.
You really want to know? Really? Dogen let loose with a brief bark of a laugh.
Yes, Uncle, I do want to know. We do have more than 4 hours to sit here and chat. Why not? Gentle with little Aiko, though,
said Ami, rubbing his arm with quick brushing strokes up and down.
You wouldn't want to hurt her feelings.
A few minutes of relaxed silence opened between them as the plane taxied towards the runway. A tall, casually dressed woman appeared from behind them. Please fasten your seatbelts, she said softly, smiled at Aiko, and then looked around to all three. Is there anything you need?
Nothing, Nicky,
said Ami, sotto voce.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, added Dogen. Once again the woman smiled and turned to return to the back of the cabin. Aiko leaned towards Ami and whispered,
That's Nicky? I don't recognize her. She's your hostess? So beneath her.
Oh, she's no hostess, Aiko, said Dogen. She came here all on her own, no more than a half hour ago, unannounced. Chased our 2 assistants off the plane. Said she could handle everything herself. Of course, there were no arguments, none from me, of course, and certainly none from my assistant, or your aunt's assistant. Nicky is, you know, also a licensed captain. He turned to look over his shoulder towards the back of the plane. "She's as quiet as ever, isn't she? Ever so dynamic. She wasn't going to miss this for anything. No one better."
She...
Aiko paused to consider what she was going to say next.
She thinks very highly of you, Aiko,
said Ami. "Never doubted you would come through with the clarity, she called it."
Clarity?
Aiko looked out the window as the plane turned to enter the runway. "Plans in place, sir," came the captain over the intercom. "Glacial Lake International. ETA, a little after noon. Weather is clear all the way. One moment, sir. Yes. Yes. Okay. Nikki has a car in place for arrival."
Clarity,
repeated Aiko. It was a statement now.
Yes, very much so.
Amy's hands came together as she pulled them towards her chest to hug them joyously. Looking across to her niece, she glowed with family pride.
You are so much like your mother.
Her glow dimmed for a moment to add cautiously,
I hope you don't mind me saying so.
Aiko took on a kindly smile.
You forget, Hami, that no matter how I look at it, you are doubly my aunt, my uncle's wife, and my mother's sister. No one could be more fortunate than me.
She reached across and took her aunt's hand in hers. The hours moved forward, and each of them continued to talk, and they dozed and woke again, dozed and woke again. Halfway through the flight, when both her aunt and uncle were napping, Aiko walked to the back of the plane and took Nicky's hand in hers.
Nicky, sister, you don't belong back here. And you don't belong back here by yourself. Come, be with the family.
And she nudged Nicky forward towards the front of the plane and into the seat beside Ami. Aiko took Nicky's face in her hands and kissed her on the forehead. She whispered gently to Nicky,
Don't you ever leave us again. We need you here with us.
When Dogen and Amy awoke, they looked a little older. They smiled upon seeing Nicky sitting with them, and the conversation turned warm with reminiscences. Ami reached her arm around Nicky and drew her close. Nicky reached down to the wide dividing arm between them and raised it upward so she could sit closer to her mother. As they disembarked, walking down the airplane stairs, Aiko looked over her shoulder, back at the plane, as if to say goodbye to a month, no, years of confusion and pain. Painted along the side of the plane, its long, elegant stem stretching the full length of the sleek white ship to blossom in broad beauty up across the expansive upright tail fin, was a blue tulip. Aiko slid her arm into the arm of her uncle and walked for a while with him, arm in arm.
Is there ever a time you don't know what's going on? A time when you are not in control?
Not any more, my dear. From now on, it's you who are in complete control. There is not a person or thing to stand in your way.
Not even atomic bombs?
Dogen remained uncharacteristically quiet. Here, in his silence, she understood what she herself already knew, the answer to that and any series of false, burgeoning questions. While she might not know details or outcomes, there was little doubt that she would handle all of the details perfectly. She approached the long black car. Like a moment it looked like a funeral hearse. Absent-mindedly she listened to her uncle, aunt, and Nicky climb into the back seat, while she peered over the vehicle's roof. With a squint she could see the distant mountains towards the southwest. Over the hood, she spoke quietly to herself.
Elizabeth, I love you. Even though I will never see you again and I will miss you with terrific pain, I will move forward. It is you I am, and at the same time, I am only myself. I have never been anything else. Thank you for being my sister, even for so short a time. Life is so precious, isn't it? I am so very sad, and yet so very happy as well. I could never have come this far without you. I can still hear you talking to me, still hear your wishes and dreams, your deep despair. Right now, for this very moment, like you were, I am so lonely. Yet, at the same time, I feel full. Funny, isn't it, sister? Can you hear me? There's no doubt in this. I am so very, very proud of you.
End of chapter 19. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 20 of the Yellow Sheet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo Project 2007. Chapter 20. Written and recorded by Michael Serwa. Leaving the airport, heading toward Elizabeth's ranch house a few miles west of Big Horse Island, Montana, they rode in silence in the car, allowing Iko time to reflect on her many pasts and futures, and her one and only now, the moment that is always shifting, always pushing itself into the past. For most people, time was a line on which they rode through life. They could look back along the line and pick out sections, memories, to ponder. They could peer forward and anticipate what might lie ahead as they passed from point A to point B to point C. But the road ahead was never absolute, no matter with how much certainty they might envision it. For Iko, and those few like her, time was more akin to a twisting river that folded back and forth along its own length. For Iko it was possible to move from one section of the river to another, jumping from an earlier part of this chronometric stream to a later one if she needed to go forward in time, or reversing direction to go backward. The standard metronome that applied its steady beat to the time that others experienced didn't apply to Iko and her fellow time-shifters. For most people, memories were just a mental representation of an event, something that was stored within them, available for recall but not real. Iko's memories were actual places and people and events that could be visited. Even before the great rupture occurred, though, the one that Iko was on her way to try to correct, she had discovered that there were many drawbacks to being able to move back and forth this way. The most profound was the effect it had on one's physical presence. A few travellers had been known to slip away from their true present and return moments later, having aged by decades, almost unrecognizable to their friends and loved ones. In their wanderings on their temporal river, they often lost their bearings and their ability to move to specific points on the continuum. Years passed for them as they shifted from place to place, time to time. Many became so disoriented that they no longer knew one reality from another. Many ended up in mental hospitals, unsure of themselves or their identities or their abilities. This was why the Zen training was so important, why Dogen was so vital to her. Dogen Michichika, a temporal traveller himself, had decided to remain in this time, rather than returning to 13th century Japan. The decision to stay came from reading in Wikipedia about his death in the year 1253. He knew he would not be returning to his time of origin, but he also sensed that something in his wanderings along the time pathways had drawn him here. Of course, if he accepted his own teachings, he could do no other thing, for it was obvious that he is where he was, just as surely as he was where he is. His journey was the proof of his earlier musings on time and self in his manuscript Scioboghenzo. The way the self arrays itself is the form of the entire world. See each thing in this entire world as a moment of time. Things do not hinder one another, just as moments do not hinder one another. The way-seeking mind arises in this moment. A way-seeking moment arises in this mind. It is the same with practice and with attaining the way. Thus, the self, setting itself out in array, sees itself. This is the understanding that the self is time. His thoughts on time and self were just thoughts in 1253, before he slipped away on the temporal pathways. But now that he had arrived in this century, he found it natural to accept now for what it was and is, everything and nothing. It was not until he met Eiko, though, and realized what she was capable of, that he knew it was her that had brought him here, not the randomness of nature. All time and space were beginning to collapse, and now they knew it all began with Elizabeth. It was evident from the reports of the fragmented wanderings of so many, and Eiko was the key, the blue tulip, the yellow sheet, the one who knew and didn't know. Eiko looked out the window. They had left the Glacier Park International Airport 20 minutes ago, so they were now approaching Kalispell, about a third of the way to Dayton, where they would find the turn to the house. Kalispell had an airport, but it didn't have adequate runways for the bombardier, so they had to land further north. It would only be a slight delay. They would be at Elizabeth's unoccupied house soon enough. Eiko thought that if Elizabeth had only been fortunate enough to have met Dogen Michichika, or if she had met Kairos much earlier, she might have been better able to control the gift, or curse, depending on your viewpoint, and this universe and the others connected to it wouldn't be in such a jumble. Eiko caught herself contemplating Elizabeth's situation and laughed inwardly at her own inability to stay in the now. It could be the easiest thing in the world sometimes, and yet it was often the hardest as well. It reminded her of the comic strip she had seen recently, where a teenage boy was telling his girlfriend that he always chooses to live in the moment, and then he adds, "Unless the moment sucks, and then I choose a different moment." Very Zen-like. Maybe she should tell that one to Dogen, something to add to his collection of koans. Eiko couldn't stop thinking about Elizabeth, though. Elizabeth's problems, and by extrapolation everyone else's, all stemmed from control, her lack of it, and her inability to give it up when it got in the way. Eiko was faced with a dilemma of her own. Everyone was giving her advice, and everyone was giving Elizabeth advice, and the advice conflicted most of the time, and sometimes, since she was privy to everything Elizabeth did because of the temporal shifts, it was hard to keep all of the realities separate. On the plane Eiko had said, "Éviter est de choisir," to avoid is to choose, one of her favourite quotes by Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre's existential nature had kept her grounded in the world when she began her Zen studies under Dogen. She thought the two philosophies conflicted with each other, the way her beliefs about the nature of the job she was about to do contradicted her own core nature. In time she came to see that the grounding of existentialism and Zen were actually very compatible. In fact, nothing was more natural. But Elizabeth's multiple realities and Eiko's grounded nature were so dissimilar, how would she ever be able to reconcile them? These thoughts weighed heavily on her. In one of Elizabeth's realities, the tallest man she had ever seen told her that she created her chaos, and said, "It does not rule you. Choose your reality, Elizabeth." So, when the time came, should Eiko choose or not choose? If, as Sartre suggested, she avoided choosing, she would be choosing anyway, by choosing to avoid choosing. And whose reality should she choose, hers or Elizabeth's? And would there be any difference anyway? In her brief time with Dogen a few weeks ago, he had postulated that one solution might be to search for the simplest explanation, à la Occam's razor. But how would she find the simplest path in a series of unbelievably complex, always shifting scenarios? There were too many questions, and she was overloading her circuits with this continual searching through the myriad number of possible answers. She shut her eyes and tried to relax, to empty her mind of all the effluvia of the everyday, emptying the cup so that there would be room for the tea of understanding. Then the answer came to her unbidden. The yellow sheets. In a simple unfolding of each tiny piece of paper the answer was there. We know. She knew, and Elizabeth knew. They just didn't both know that yet. When the time came she was sure the answer would be there. She let herself drift off to sleep, and it was a deep, dreamless sleep, one of those rare quiet times devoid of dreams or other sensory input. Nicky turned to ask her a question at one point, but the peaceful look on Eiko's face stopped her. Eiko dozed until the car began rocking on the final stretch of the dirt road that led up to Elizabeth's house. The four of them walked up to the house, everyone except Eiko curious about what would happen next. "Can we come with you?" Nicky asked. "To the summit of the ridge?" Eiko answered. "Yes." "What's going to happen when we get there?" Smiling, Eiko said, "Yes." Dogen laughed aloud. "Ah, now that is a shitstick." They walked slowly. The trail was steep in spots, and Dogen and Amé, because of their age, had more difficulty climbing than Eiko and Nicky. Nicky was anxious to get there, to see what was going to take place, but Eiko was at peace with it. It would happen or it wouldn't, and when they arrived at the plateau atop Beelzebub's washboard wouldn't make any difference. The when of now was of no significance, only the when of then, the then of the explosion. Having methodically worked her way through all of Elizabeth's memories, she was certain that the problems began with the explosion of the atomic bomb. In order to reset the temporal aberrations and return everything to a state of normalcy, Eiko would have to contain the shock wave and see that it didn't affect Elizabeth. To do that, first she would have to shift to that exact moment and to that location. Eiko was sure that controlling the temporal displacement would be simple. She had enough control, there was that word again, to manage that. Making sure she ended up at the exact location was problematic, which is why they came here physically. Being here would allow Eiko to focus, don't focus, let go, on just the shift in time, and help her maintain a static physical location. Finally they arrived at the top by the easiest route possible, up through the valley that led down to the house and the lake beyond, and up the gently sloping hillside. Beyond the ledge, the same one where Elizabeth, Liz, was a few months before, it dropped nearly a half-mile straight down. Eiko said her goodbyes to Amé, Nicky, and Dogen. Nicky wanted to know what was going to happen, what they would see. "Not much," Eiko told her. "1 second I'll be there and then I won't." She took her place at the cliff's edge, not too close, nodded to the three of them, closed her eyes, and then faded out of sight. The ground was shaking fiercely now, and Liz was gripping the face of the cliff with every ounce of strength she could muster. Next to her, one of the two women was doing the same, but hanging on more through a mixture of sheer terror and adrenaline than because of any rock climbing skill she possessed. On the other side of her, Liz could see another woman tumbling lazily through space, screaming as she headed toward the rocks below. Neither of these people had been in sight when she arrived at the peak mere moments ago. And then flying overhead, a man dived over the cliff edge, arms outstretched. Liz looked up from her perch on the rock face as he flashed past. No, it couldn't be. Derek? He headed toward the slowly tumbling woman's form below him, not seeing the two women clinging to the rocks, and gained on her rapidly. Looking back up at the cliff edge, anticipating the shock wave any second, Liz saw a figure at the edge of the cliff. It was a woman, and, unbelievable as it seemed to her at the time, the shape of the woman seemed to flicker into existence like the image on an old TV set. It was as if she warmed into being. She just stood there, and as Liz stared in fascination, the air seemed to open up around her and then close again. The rock face stopped shaking. No blast of superheated air came roaring over the top of the rock face, and, most importantly, although she wouldn't know this for some time, Liz didn't fragment and shift into a dozen different universes. "Thank God!" the woman next to her exclaimed. "He caught her." It took Liz a moment to realize that Jennifer, who would introduce herself a few minutes later while they climbed toward the top, was talking about Derek reaching Alice, her partner in the Kalispell Police Department. While they watched Derek and Alice drift down to the open range below, Jennifer told Liz why they had been observing her for a while, but that's a story for another day. as are Liz's eventual time shifts when she discovered her abilities under more ideal conditions. Nicky, Ame, and Dogen slowly made their way down from the high plateau. "Father," Nicky asked, "will we see Eiko again?" "Time will tell." "Do you think she fixed the problem with time?" "Time will tell." Nicky looked upset. "Don't you play Zen with me? How will we know if she was successful?" Looking down the long stretch of valley, Dogen noticed two figures below them, coming closer. "I believe your answer is coming our way." Derek and Liz spotted the three of them working their way down the hillside. Derek said, "Two of them look a little old to attempt that climb. I hope they'll be okay." Looking up as the group of three approached, Liz noticed the gaze of the old man fixed on her. There was something familiar about his eyes, but she couldn't figure out what it was. "Yeah," she said, puzzled, "I think they'll be fine. Want to invite them to supper?" End of chapter 20 and the end of the Yellow Sheet. The LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, 2007.